Away we go. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watts World. If you're confused or really have no idea what's going on here, it's the show about everything and nothing all at the same time, you know? You just never know what you may get or not get. Happy Thursday. Hope all is well. Man, we got our first true taste of summer here today. Man, I think it was, I don't know, it was like 95, 96, but they said it was into the 100 with the heat index, and it definitely felt like it. It's pretty humid. It was over 50% humidity, but man, it was just muggy. And it started out that way this morning at like 8:30. You could just feel the sun. Felt like it was just slowly migrating and inching close towards the little easy bake oven. Man, it was just. So tomorrow they said it's supposed to be even hotter. I think officially we got up to like 92, 93, but with the heat index, it was well over 100. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow they got the temperature at 90, 98 tomorrow and 97, 98 Saturday. So it's probably going to feel like 110 here tomorrow. Mm. It's good to see y'all, Mary. I hope all is well. Camo Carl's in the house, y'all. Oh, I know. We've had a few warm days, but today was the first true taste of summer. Just a little taste, you know. Just 100 degree day. Nothing major. I know the humidity down here usually stays pretty high, but that was one thing that kept it somewhat tolerable today is that it wasn't just oversaturated with humidity. And then then I don't know, it was probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock. We was wrapping up. It just got real dark and looked like the bottom was gonna fall out, and we had a pretty good little shower. It wasn't very much at all. Enough just to keep the dust knocked down. I don't even think it lasted maybe 20 minutes. Enough to keep the becoming a dust storm, but yeah, that's about all it was. We got another house one step closer to finished up. Took a few videos. I might upload some tonight or sometime tomorrow when I get a chance. But it's a house we started wiring up about a month ago. They've got all the flooring, all the paint in the walls. We went in today and got all the devices, outlets, switches, lights, smoke detectors in. Uh, got everything done that we can get done until they come in and set all the countertops, set the vanities and the vanities and the sinks in the bathroom. And once they get all that set, we can come in for the final walkthrough, install vanity lights, install uh, certain things in the kitchen once they get the cabinets set. But other than that, the house is pretty much done. Just got to get power turned on. They're having the inspection tomorrow. I don't see why it won't pass, and hopefully have power turned on maybe Monday or Tuesday, and have another job wrapped up and off the books. Could be a combination of things. Could be a lot of times it's just a dead battery. You know, a lot of times it ain't no the smoke detector itself. A lot of times didn't go bad. It just might have been the batteries or whatever. Yeah, well, the burned house, we finished wiring up the burned house yesterday. We've got everything in it's complete. Uh, they had the pre what do they call it? The pre drywall, pre insulation inspection today. So the burned house that I posted a video on, everything passed. It's good to go. Next week, the sheetrockers, the insulation guys will be coming in doing their thing, and hopefully in the next couple weeks, maybe we can get back in there and start trimming it out. AT&T's at it, huh? They're back to their old tactics and techniques. You gotta love it. But yeah, Anthony, we've been staying pretty busy, been knocking some projects out. I try to upload a little short or a little video when I can. Sometimes it just gets a little chaotic, you know. Can't capture every moment, but I try to capture a few, you know. Thinking about maybe once it when we get ready to start working on this next house, maybe start doing some live installation videos. I don't know. Maybe wiring up the interior panel, hooking up the exterior panel, or just doing odds and ends things and out the house, you know. I don't know if that would be something somebody would be interested in doing, but if it is, let me know. Leave a comment in the video, let me know. If there's something you like to see, let me know. Maybe I could maybe we can make it happen. Two packs. Always a pleasure to see you. Hope all is well. Welcome to the insanity that is Watts World. Damn. Just when Flint, Michigan wasn't bad enough, you got these duplicitous individuals that are going around killing the cereals, you know? What type of cereals are they? Probably the shitty cereals, you know, like grape nuts and uh, Special K and uh, Cheerios with no flavor, you know, just the O. Don't even got the cherry in it. Always good to see it. This is what happens when they let the inmates and the institutionalized individuals run the asylum. You know, this is what happens. Yeah, definitely shredded wheat. Not even the frosted kind with the crappy frosting on it, just the shredded wheat. Shredded wheat. I remember I tried it once. I don't know where I was at, but I was like, man. I mean, I know some people may like it, but man, it about ruined me. It about ruined me as a kid, man. I was just like, man, I almost started to boycott breakfast in general. I'm like, the heck with this, dude. You eat a bowl of shredded wheat for breakfast, man, you're just gonna be mad all day. You're just gonna think about all the things that you should have ate instead of that. uh, uh, if you ever want to know what shredded wheat tastes like, if you have a box of cereal at home, Just take the box, open the box up, remove the cereal and bag from the box, take that said box, dip it down in some milk of your choice. It could be the moo juice, it could be the almond juice. But yeah, dip it down in your milk of choice and take a bite out of it. And that's pretty much what you get, you know? Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. And if you really want to be barbaric, you just get you some shredded wheat and some grape nuts and mix them together. You just have some shredded nuts. What you eating for breakfast over there, honey? Oh, I'm just eating me a big bowl of shredded nuts. They say it'll get you going or put you down. I don't know. It's too early to tell. Makes you wonder with some of this stuff, you know, like somebody had to go through some really traumatic life, you know, something really traumatic happened in life, you know, where they're just like, you know, I'm sticking to the straight and narrow. It's grape nuts and shredded wheat from here on out. There you go. Give it a little bit more fluffier, more robust texture. Right about that. Fortunately, unfortunately, we could make a delicacy out of anything, you know. Only here could you make a delicacy out of a fried air sandwich, you know. Get you a nice piping hot fried air sandwich. Oh, it's going to get you going. It might not be the place you wanted to arrive at, but yeah, it'll definitely get you there. It's where it's always at. The secret is in the sauce. There you go. That's the world we live in. I've been guilty of it myself. I'll probably do it again. You know, we love to take pictures of the things we're going to eat and we love to show it to everybody else. You know, it's what we love to do here in the America. We'll take a picture of a burger and fries and repost it to 5 different forms of social media. Like we're the first person to ever discover the combination of a fried French fry and a burger, you know? Man, look at that Watts World, man. He is just so innovative. He's so ahead of the game. Look at him. Nobody ever put fries with burgers before that guy. But I'll do it. I did it myself, you know. Most of the time it's when I'm making something, you know, I'm like, wow, you know, I don't know how great it's going to taste, but visually, the optics are phenomenal, you know. If you could eat with your eyes, it would be a 5-star Michelin review. But nah, I like cooking. I like trying new things, whipping up new dishes. I've always enjoyed it. Cooking, grilling, barbecuing. But I'm a single man, you know. So there is times when I do eat out. I'm not gonna say I don't. Definitely selective about where I eat out. Try to keep it to like mom and pop, small places, but you gotta stimulate the economy. You gotta stimulate it where you can. I sit back and think about it and I say, see, just imagine I'll look to the left and look to the right and all of this could just, you know, it's amazing. 35 years restaurant experience. Let's go. Well, hey, I've always had a I've always wanted to open a restaurant or have something like that or a food truck, but if we get it if we get it crack a lacking, I'll let you know. May need to put that 35 years of experience, you know, tell them clowns, whip some clowns into shape, you know. No, I've kind of I've kind of been around the restaurant industry when I was younger. My mom was always cooking and catering and had things going, cooking stuff for people. And her and her friend had a her and her friend had a restaurant at one time. Uh, it wasn't like it wasn't like soul food. Well, I mean, I guess it's comfort food, but not really like soul food. Mainly, they did pizzas, sandwiches. There was days where my mom would cook like different things, and they would have like a small like cafeteria style menu set up. You know, you go through there, get you some baked chicken or some fried pork chops, pick your sides, pick your drink, pick your bread, whatever it may be. But yeah, her and her best friend used to have a pizza and sandwich place called Miss Pie's Pizza. Oh man, I love that. It was cool. Sometimes I get to go back in the kitchen and create some stuff, create my own pizza. That was always fun. I don't care who you are. You let a kid in the kitchen and tell them they can make their own pizza. No rules. Shit, you done messed up now. You done messed up now, Mr. Postman. No doubt. Organization. Organization is definitely a big thing. It don't matter how much you know. It don't matter how much you got. If you don't know where it's at and you don't know when it's going out, it don't do you a lick of good. Nice. I could use a few blueprints, you know. Use a few blueprints of life. No, you got to have a good name, you know. That's half the battle is having a good name, a good presence, a good something to draw that in, draw the eye. Especially if you're like barbecuing and you got stuff like that going on. I know a lot of people that do that, they have smokers and stuff set up so they cook the meats and stuff, you know, like the night before up to that morning. So by the time it gets on the food truck, it's just, you know, in warmers and stuff. But man, I rode past people and they've had grills going, smokers going, say they're out there cooking stuff. And but man, if I roll up on you cooking some barbecue and I don't smell nothing, that's highly suspect. You know, I don't smell the smoke. I don't smell no meats going. I'm starting to question, you know, what are we really doing here? What are you selling? You smelling, must be selling smoked boiled peanuts, you know? Get your hot, fresh smoked boiled peanuts. That jugger ain't got a lick of chicken on the grill. He's just faking it. There you go. Flame on. Do it big for all those who can't do it big, you know? Not everybody can do it that big on a Thursday. Some people just stay thirsty on Thursday. Oh, no doubt. Just like anything, man. You got to have a heart. You got to have a heart for it. Your mind's got to be in it. You definitely got to want to do it. Um, there are some instances where you can just get super lucky and just get rewarded by things that you just really have no interest in. Uh, but ultimately, it definitely pays off. You know, definitely makes it more worth it for sure. No doubt. It's too hot for coffee. Dude, I just started busting out into a profuse meat sweats, dude. Just thinking about a coffee. You know what I mean? You silly humanoids and your turd-like structures. So primitive. So 1999. I know. I mean, it's kind of this week's kind of flown by really for me. I don't know about everybody else. I don't know. I kind of stayed busy at work during the week and get off in the evening times. If I don't go live, just kind of chill and hang out, take it easy, work on the gardens a little bit. I know anytime it seems like I start working in the garden, man, time just flies by, you know. I feel like I done been out there for like 30, 45 minutes. Before I know it, a couple hours done went by, which ain't a bad thing, you know. I'm at peace when I do that. I find joy, relaxation, uh, the reaping, the reaping of the harvests and the vegetables and the herbs and stuff. That's all kind of like ultimately just a plus. The whole journey and the process, man. That's just, I don't know. I find a lot of peace in that. Yeah, that's how I am sometimes at work, man. I'll go over my little checklist, walk over the property, see what all I got to do, especially like wiring up a new home. When it gets time to put like all the lights and the devices in, shoot, I'll go around every device. I'll put the switch or the outlet or the receptacle or the plate. I'll put it all right there. Start in the back and work my way out. You know, I don't leave out of that room till it's all done. All the lights in, ceiling fans up, outlets and everything. And just go room from room. It makes it seem like it, even if nothing else, it just gives you that mental aspect of it's going smoother. It feels like it's going smoother. You're not just jumping around from room to room or floor to floor. I don't appreciate that mental image, sir. I don't appreciate that mental image. Who wears short shorts? Nah, I ain't gonna say that. It might not be short shorts. I don't want to put that on you. No doubt. Sometimes it's just so simple. You know, I think some things are just so simple, but we as people, we as humans, we as men or women, whatever you want to identify as, I really don't care. I appreciate you being here, whatever you identify as. You know, I don't know. Um, some people say I identify as an asshole by nature, whatever that means. But yeah, just think sometimes we just overcomplicate things. We start looking to maybe looking for a problem or looking to solve a problem that wasn't really there. You know, we just completely overthunk it, overcomplicated it. Well, since you brought it up, B, and I am in concurrence and alignment with your thoughtology, I will give you the honor of picking the safe word for tonight. Please pick a good safe word. I probably get I probably get 10 emails a show from just people talking about the safe word. They say, "How dare you, Watts Life? How dare you come online and do your broadcast with the most unsafe safe words possible? Who do you think you are? Are you some type of content creator, some type of uh, digital online presence? Who do you think you are to come up with these words?" Bonnie slinging links again, y'all. Put your helmet on, pick your feet up. If you're under 5'6", I don't really think you got a duck, but you know, just pretend like you're jumping rope. You'll be all right. B's got to contemplate. I put too much pressure on. I didn't mean to put that much pressure on you, B. You know, just think about it. Think about it for a little bit and get back at me. Like, damn, I was just trying to come in and watch a humorous broadcast. You know, why do you put so much? Why do you put so much responsibility on me? There you go. Smoke them if you got them. Trade for them if you don't. Maybe I missed something. Nice. I like a good plunder. I like a decent plunder from time to time, you know. I guess it's always better to be the plunderer than the plundee, you know. But at any point in tonight's broadcast, if you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, or any type of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't describe, tonight's safe word is plunder. It's a good choice. Good choice, B. I think I think tonight would be the night where there would be a lot of plundering and plundees. Hmm, just never know. I was wondering what that sound was. I thought the whippoorwills were mating. I thought it was the illustrious and harmonious tune of the whippoorwill mating. Oh, don't act shy now. You know you've been a plunderer. So I appreciate that. You know, even if you're laughing at me, I still appreciate that. You know, it gave somebody else a break. You know, somebody else didn't have to shed a tear. I am perfectly okay with that. Laughing with or laughing at. I guess at this point, if a laugh hurts your feelers, then what are you really doing here? What are we doing here? You know, there may be some inappropriate times for laughing. I will give you that. You know, it's just like even a funeral. You know, think about it. Funerals are not very a humorous time, but think about it. Why did they spell it that way? It's in the name. The first three letters of funeral are fun. Come on now, think about it. Somebody with some dark humor named that word. It was like, yep, I'm gonna get them. I'll show them. I'll have the last laugh. I don't know. Oh, no doubt. It definitely does something to you. I don't know the. I've seen some videos and stuff like that where there's like allegedly different parts of your brain that are triggered and receive responses and stuff like that during different emotions, different feelings, different times your feelers are being expressed. But yeah, laughter, just something as simple as laughter, yeah, it triggers a big response in your brain. I forget the whole specifics and the scientific words behind it, but it was pretty interesting. Some of it didn't really understand. I'm not a brainologist, you know. I do find it fascinating. If nothing else, just this. Uh, what did they used to call it back in the day before my time? What they y'all used to have the party line, you know. At one time, y'all had the party line. If you wanted to talk to some weirdos or some random people back in the day, you had to go on the party line, you know. So I guess this is the post Y2K party line era, you know, the Panelverse MySpace 2.0 interaction. Could be like a definitely like a Marvel movie. I definitely think the metaverses and the timelines and the different communities are merging, you know. It's a pretty interesting time. If nothing else, just the basic human reaction, the psychology, the social experiment of just how different people react to things. Um, and not making fun or mocking anything, but just how different people react. How some people find stuff funny. And the same thing could really piss somebody else off. They could feel offended. Uh, I find this whole, I guess, social experiment. I do find it fascinating. I really do. Hope you do as well. I hope you find this social experiment or whatever this is we're having. I hope you find some interest in it. Maybe find some joy, maybe find some laughter. It's not always going to be the positive things, though. There is going to be some negatives. There's going to be some negative energies that come here sometimes, if nothing else, just try to detract and distract from whatever may or may not be going on here. And of course, this is the home of the broadcast of everything and nothing. So, there is some everything, there is some in between in the muckst of all the nothingness and uh, Groundhog Day repetition that we all experience. There you go. Damn, bro. Shit's getting real. It's what we say here. Shit happens. Shit happens. We are not responsible or any way, shape, or form the cause of any twisted guts, but if we are, so be it. Some people have left out of here and said they're sick of it, so maybe that's what they meant. They were sick of it. All I can tell you, I'm not a doctor. I can't prescribe you a pill, but if you're sick of it, hopefully you can take something to make you feel better. I know. I sometimes have to check myself during the day, like, damn, bro. Just take a couple deep breaths, you know. Regardless of the fact, you can't do more than what you can do. You can't handle but one thing at a time. Especially today, boy. I mean, it's like when you're hot and you're aggravated, the dominoes just start falling that only would fall because you're frustrated and you're aggravated. You're out of alignment, you're out of key, you're off sync. It's like going down a very narrow back roads and just with two flat tires, and you're just trying your hardest to you're trying to just keep it in sync, but yeah. Allegedly, allegedly, I've seen that in a few tweets, a few reposts. Women glow and men plunder. How many sad songs came out of meditation to express the unexpressible? Oh, no doubt. You know, um, a lot of times, anybody, we may have a thought or a feeling, and at that particular moment, you really can't express it into words or whatever it may be. But, there's somebody out there that might have went through it. Definitely not exactly what you went through, but, close enough that you can get some insight or understanding by whatever words or thought that they put out there to reflect on it. I mean, even like country songs. I mean, heck, just think about it. If you take a country song and you play it in reverse, it's probably one of the most positive and uplifting melodies or tunes that you can hear. Because think about it. If you play a country song backwards, the dude's truck doesn't blow up, his old lady doesn't leave him, and his dog doesn't run away, and he doesn't get fired from his job. So if you just play it back, I mean, I can imagine just something as simple as that could just do wonders for your life. It's the most uplifting experience out there. Some people would say that. I don't know who they are. I haven't found them. I probably just read it in the bathroom stall somewhere, but yeah. Sadness gives you heights. It's there for a reason, just like anger. Oh, no doubt. I don't think any of them's bad, going into any of those places or feeling them is bad. It's just the what comes next. What comes next. We may get mad, but what comes next? Are you going to be the one that just puts your fist through a wall, and now you got a broken finger and you got to patch up this hole? Or are you going to be one of those type of people to take that energy and that frustration and just manifest it into something positive? Take all that energy and that want and that doing to put it into something positive. Anything, any emotion, anything that tries to get us off our rocker. Ultimately, we're all going to feel every emotion if you're living, I guess. I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself, but it's just what comes next. What do you do after you experience that? What do you do after you've had a shitty day? What do you do after? Where does the discipline and the dedication and everything that we've practiced and tried to preach up to that point, you know? I just try to be like I just try to be like a warrior in a garden, you know. Ultimately you can't be prepared for anything, but you can be prepared as you can, but still be at peace, you know. You got to be at peace with yourself. You're not gonna. There's things in this world that we can view and bring us joy and stuff like that, but ultimately you got to have it from inside. You're not going to find it in any of these outside things, you know. Even as much insanity or joy as something as being even here at Watts World, you know. Ultimately, you can't enjoy everything for what it truly is or see things for what it truly is until you can feel it and experience from the inside out. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, yeah, we might have had that thing or something happen, and you after the adrenaline's wore off and after the emotions calm down, you're like, man, you know, maybe it was me. Maybe I was just being a jerk that day. Yeah, just call it a night. Go home, keep the family fed, you know? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I definitely don't claim to have any of the answers. If nothing else, I just like talking about it and being a theoretical theorist in this amazing social experiment. I know, right? When in doubt, just ask yourself, what would DMX do? Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. But heck, that's the thing, you know. I mean, how many people, you know, actually explore, actually think about things just beyond face value or whatever is being presented, you know? Not even just being an explorer and going out in nature, just being an explorer with thought, understanding, truth, whatever it is, you know? Everybody says they want truth, they want the real thing, but I don't know. You got to have that want and that need to just live. In order to live, you got to be a living creature. You got to be a living man, a living woman. You know, you got to. Death shall become this fleshly satchel one day, but you know, we got to be living creatures. We got to promote living things, speak living things. Yeah, like that one movie. What was it? What was it? Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth. And you know, I don't know to what level. I can't speak for every person. You know, we've all seen things at different levels, but I think for some people it could be easily said. You know, some people say they want the truth or the real thing, but sometimes when you get it, it's not what you thought it was going to be. You know, ultimately to receive the truth or receive a truth or to accept the truth, something, some falsehood or some lie that we've accepted over time has to be shattered. You know, ultimately, unless you just really didn't have a thought or a concern about it beforehand and you never really knew. You know, if you don't know about a thing, it's totally different than knowing about it and just being negligent or turning a blind eye. I'm okay with whatever it is, even if it shatters what small, limited understanding I have, you know. I'm okay with that. I am perfectly okay with that. Oh yeah. They're walking around in broad daylight with 20/20 vision, bifocals, trifocals. You even got the the old school still holding on to the monocle, but unfortunately their eyes are wide shut. I see that. We all see it, but I see it definitely. You go out and about, you look around at everybody around you, and we're all out doing something. We're all out in nature or out and about, but everybody's just got their heads in their phone. I don't know. I think I was definitely last. My generation was definitely the last of the Mohicans. Everybody before me experienced life without certain things, technology, but everybody after me, they had it. The generation after me, they were born into it. They were born with tablets, smartphones, and stuff like that in their hands. Sometimes before they could even formulate a complete sentence, they had a tablet. They're pulling up YouTube. They can circumnavigate the YouTube streets better than we can. We're going live and talking about all type of stuff, but shoot, these jokers have figured out the fifth dimension of YouTube's. It's like now, what is it? Was it 2026? So yeah, you think about it that smartphones came out in 2007. The kids that were born in 2007, they're turning 19 this year. So they just come out of high school, they're in college or going off to college or entering the adult world, whatever they choose to do. But that generation is just now going off into the world now. Everything that they've experienced was a some form of technology or something. And then now it's just so easy and acceptable. Even when I was a kid coming up in the '90s, hell, we was poor. We lived in the country in Georgia. We was poor, so now, heck, it's totally different. Even people that's allegedly poor, everybody's got a phone. Everybody's got some type of device for the most part. Even when at one time I was getting out at a gas station, going into the store, and this dude was walking up to me, and I say, well, I had already done made a mental judgment in my mind, and I said, this dude's fixing to either ask me, can he get a cigarette, or he's going to ask for some change. And I was right. It was one of them particular days I honestly did not have any cash on me. I didn't bring any cash with me. I left it all at home. I had cards and things like that, but no cash, not even no change. But the guy said, hey man, could you spare a few change? And I said, dude, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Usually I carry cash. I'm that guy. But today, no cash, no change. I ain't even got a quarter to give you to call somebody who cares. He said, oh, well, that's cool. Don't worry about that. I got Cash App. You got a phone? You can Cash App me. I couldn't help but laugh. I just started laughing. I said, buddy, I said, that was a pretty good one. I said, I hadn't heard that one before, but not today, buddy. Not today. You know, I try to give back or help out when I can. I think a lot of people still do that even nowadays if they can. If you get that feeling, whatever that feeling may be, if it's in your gut, your heart, or your mind, whatever it is, and say, hey, maybe bless this person. I've done that before. I've had that feeling. Certain people. Who knows? It might have been God or your conscience or the whatever speaking to you. And even if they knew that whatever you did or whatever blessing you did for that person, they were gonna not do the right thing or whatever it is, it was still a test ultimately or whatever. Uh, it was a test just to see if I had compassion to give somebody free will, or a test for them just to see, hey, all right, you wanted another shot, here you go. I'm gonna send Watt Life to you. He's gonna bless you. Let's see what you do with it. And ultimately I'm just a vessel. I'm just speaking. But some things like you can feel it. I don't know, whatever it may be, whether it may be true or not. I've had those feelings. Hey, there was one time, man, it was the dead middle of summer. I went to a gas station to get some more ice for the cooler, and there was a Taco Bell right next to this gas station. And this dude walked up, and man, he looked like he had done walked. He looked like he had walked through 100 miles of deserts. He was on his last leg, and he came up to me. He said, "Man," he said, "I'm gonna be honest with you." He said, "I need a couple bucks to get me something to eat." And I said, I said, well, it's a Taco Bell right there. You like Taco Bell? He said, man, I'd tear a Taco Bell up. So I gave him a few bucks because I was like, I don't know. This dude might want something to eat or he might want a beer or something. So I got the ice and I sat back and I kind of watched him. Shit, he walked right over there to the Taco Bell. And I said, damn, that dude wasn't lying. So I went in there and yeah, he ordered what all he could with what I gave him. And I said, the heck with it. Nah, that dude was really hungry. I gave him a few more bucks, man, but uh, just never know with people. But yeah, when I went in there and that dude was eating that Taco Bell, man, you could tell that man, it's probably the best Taco Bell he probably ever had that day. Or forever, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just rambling. I'm rambling about nothingness. You know, this is the nothingness part of the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's either all or nothing. No doubt. With everything, whatever it is, use it properly. Use it properly to get optimal results. Doesn't mean you will get them, but it definitely sets the odds more in your favor for sure. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I just do it to do it. I don't really like think about it or look for something good to happen. You just, man, ultimately just a good deed. What do they call it? I forget. There's a term for it. Just keep the cycle of good deeds going. Ultimately, it just you would hope that it would just continue like that. You know, you hold the door for this one person in the morning, and who knows the chain reaction or just something as simple as speaking to somebody, acknowledging somebody as a human being. You know, regardless of what their religious affiliation, their political affiliation, whatever flag they got flying. You know, just if somebody's not going out of their way to directly cause you any loss, injury, or harm, and they may or may not be expressing the same uh, God given rights or universal laws that we all have access to in the pursuit of our own life, liberty, and happiness, you know, just acknowledging somebody as a basic human being. I mean, how hard is that? You know, I don't give a personally, I don't give a dang what box you check when you go fill out the information when they ask you all the different questions what you identify as. All I care is about if you're a decent human being or not. You know, if you try to make the world a better place than you found it, you just try to be better than you were the day before. I don't care what box you check. Hell, if you want to get honest, heck, most of the time, if they give me something to fill out a box, I always check other. You know, whatever other is to them, I check other. They'll be like, damn, I don't know who this What Life is. I think he may be an alien. He's always checking other. Hell, he don't even know what he is. No, I'm just a living man. I am a living man. I can be more, but I'm definitely not less. I try to give everybody the same respect, the same decency, you know. Till you give me a reason not to. And then I try not to be disrespectful for the most part. You know, but that'll be it, you know. I'll just cease and assist all communications. Well, Bonnie, you didn't have to tell nobody here, Bonnie. We know you're always checking other, Bonnie. Always checking other. No, because I mean at the end of the day, you strip away all these false man-made titles. Ultimately, we're all facing the same thing. If you remove all these imaginary disagreements that that they get pushed on us and stuff. We're not thinking of these things, it's just the stuff we see, the imagery, the visions and stuff, the media, different, whatever it may be. It's just it's crazy. It's craziness. But even in the chaos, there is something to learn, something to take in. If you have the ears to hear it and the eyes to, definitely got to see it. Be alert, be aware. Yeah, you remove all these fake and false boxes that we got to checks everywhere. Oh, everybody's still going through the same thing. We're trying to wake up every day. If you're working, you're trying to make a few shekels to keep the wolves away. If you got a family, you're trying to protect them, trying to secure them, trying to set them up for a better life, whatever that may be. I don't know. I think everybody sees things differently. I think it's sometimes I probably do see things differently, whether that may be to my advantage or maybe my own demise of just word word thought salads in my own mind. Who knows? I'm still trying to figure it out. Oh man, what's going on down there? Missing some stuff, no doubt. Like at this point, shoot, the only way to be free in an unfree world is just to your very existence should be an act of rebellion. Just the very fact that we exist and we live, it's just an act of rebellion in itself. That's just my own thoughts and observations. If everything's getting polluted, everything's getting contaminated, everything's getting diluted, washed down, perverted, inverted, perversed, that should let you know something right there. Your very existence has more value than we could even understand right now. There you go. That's all I want for everybody. I want everybody to be the best versions of themselves they can be. I want them to be as free as they can. Definitely don't downgrade or sacrifice. If anything, you want to gain more freedom, more understanding, more truth. Once you get to a certain level, don't never backtrack, don't never step down, don't give an inch. Once you make it to that plateau or that soapbox, nah, you just keep leveling up from there. Don't never take a step down or a step back. Hell no, don't give them an inch. Don't give them an inch. Meat puppet. Greetings, sir. Make sure you keep it in the turning lane now. you know, I mean, it's a miracle and a blessing every day. It's a miracle and a blessing every day. Story's not done. There's still a lot of living and a lot of seeing and a lot of doing left. You know, just, I don't know. Nothing else, just pure amazing grace. Pure amazing grace. Meditation is the way that brings ultimate clarity. It's a natural process, but we are out of nature. Everything is, yeah, yeah, And there's a lot of things that people say are easier said than done, but there's a ton of things out there that are definitely easier done than said. You know what I mean? You just got to do it, experience it. But yeah, people are so out of tune, out of whack, so out of sync with nature. Everything they push is synthetic. You know, they take some naturally derived thing and flip it. You know, to do its whatever intention and stuff is they do for. It's not by accident. You know, you can't live in a world of this many coincidences and the bubbles don't overlap some type of way. You know, it's just impossible to think that way. I think people think that like each country or each state is like its own little planet, you know, and then the earth itself is like a solar system, you know. Each continent's a different planet. I think people just however big it is, if it's flat, if it's round, if it's a cube, whatever the hell shape it is, I don't know. I'm open to interpretation on a lot of things because ultimately I don't know. If somebody could present a reasonable case on most things, I'll entertain it. I don't necessarily have to align with it, but it may be more insight or understanding than I would have thought myself, or really just even giving it the brain space to consider. But yeah, I don't know. If any of that even makes sense, you know, if any of this even made any sense at any point right now, just put a one in chat, you know. If it didn't make any sense, press two. I'll try to get better. I'll try to work on my clarification. That may be the only artificial thing that I will align with is the artificial air conditioning. If it does, no, I probably can't even align with that, bro. Damn. See, I'm double talking myself. I'm doubling down. But I do appreciate the air conditioning. Thank God for that. I can do a lot. I can do away with a lot of the other BS, but I do appreciate the air conditioning. I would survive without it. It would be a miserable swamp ass type of day, but yeah, thank God for AC. There you go. That's why I love you, Anthony. It's always good with a 3x4, you know? You can't always have a true 5x5. It's like when somebody says 10 and you know it wasn't really a 10. You just kind of give them that sacrificial 10, you know? If it ain't 5x5, don't tell me it ain't 5x5. Yeah. I've cut mine on the last couple of days. The last couple of days, yeah. Now I have cut it on like periodically, you know. Especially like some afternoons I get home from work, I crack the windows, leave the doors open, let it pump, push all that hot air out, shut it down, let it run for like an hour or so. And my place stays pretty well insulated, so it's just me, so I can, you know, it ain't that bad. But the last couple nights, yeah, like I got the AC pumping in there now. Shoot, it felt like 100 degrees here today. Triple digits, it's on. It is on with the triple digits. There you go. That's why I love you, Harvest Mary Moon. We align on so many different things. And running butt naked in the woods is definitely one of them. I love it. I love it. No doubt. Shit, when we was a kid, about the only time we had AC was when we was in the car. We had that 260 air conditioning, you know. We just roll our two windows down and mom would go about 60 miles an hour till we all cooled down, make a couple laps on the dirt road and come on back home. There you go. I appreciate that's why I like you and align with you. I appreciate the honesty, you know. Call it out, be honest, you know. I like it. We need more honesty. Something so simple is just, I don't know. It's the simple things. It's the simple things, you know. Oh shit, Bonnie's got some cookies slow baking on the back porch. It's still 80 degrees. Oh, them days are coming. I know. When it's like, give it like another month, and then like it'll be 12:30 at night, and it'll still be 85 with 85% humidity. You know. But I love it though. I'll say it's a hot day, but I don't really complain about the heat because living here on Georgia, it balances out. We got a good growing season. We don't really have much of a harsh fall or a harsh winter. Our winter harshness consists of a 1 day, once a year event. I think now it's labeled snowpocalypse. It goes by many names, many forms, but yeah, if we get a few flurries in the area, stuff's shutting down. They're shutting down. They're pulling the plug. They're flipping the breaker. I don't know where they're going, but they're getting the heck out of here. Oh, it is. It is, no doubt. Just, the convenience factor. I mean, the world we live in, even though some of us live in the country, some of us live more rural or homestead in life, just the convenience factor of everything, no doubt. You know, it definitely plays a big thing on the human psyche. It kind of keeps you trapped mentally, even though physically maybe you shouldn't be there. Physically, your body's telling you to get out of this concrete jungle. But just mentally, it's just got a mental grip on you, a mental hold on you. It's like, what do they say? Lead the mind, and the body will follow. It may be kind of cheesy, but I think it's true. There's definitely something to it. Night of the Living Dead wasn't so much a movie. I think it was a documentary of things to come. You know, Dawn of the Living Dead, Night of the Living Dead. You know, you just see grown people just walking around, just not even making words. They're just grunting like a zombie. And then you look like, oh, you think it's a real zombie coming, and nah, they're playing Pokemon Go, or they're tweeting about it, or doing a truth social. I'm like, damn. I don't know when the last time this person had a coherent conversation with anybody. Let's see, what did I miss? Takes me takes me 70 miles an hour, 40 miles in the car to get to the store, and I love it. There you go. Close enough that you can get there, but yeah, far enough away that you ain't right up on it. Too many knuckleheads to deal with. I know what you mean. Or just, yeah, the basic construction, or like even like in the house. I mean, even like in the South, like you had those like the antebellum style houses. That's still like one of my favorite uh style of homes, or period of homes, is that southern antebellum style of architecture. I love it. But uh we didn't have ACs or stuff like that in the South, so they built homes a certain way. You had this big grand uh front door entrance that straight ahead led to a big back door entrance, and windows placements and stuff to kind of help funnel the airflow through there. They might have been positioned or built a certain way to keep the sun off, however it might have been. Natural ways to alleviate some of the things we deal with. Brick and bulletproof glass, except tall ceilings. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. It is busy minds, and the powers that be, or the I think Wingnuts in here, he always says the powers that shouldn't be. They know these things, and it's even built into just social medias and stuff now. That if you ever want to know the outcome of something, just look at the name, think of the opposite of what that name says, and that's going to be the outcome on certain things. Social media, the media that can make people more social and more connected. Nah, total opposite. Less connected, less social. You know, they're connected. Yeah, they're connected to the interwebs and to an app. But as far as being in tune and connected with themselves and other people, and that's not everybody. You know what I mean? Even to be here right now, we have to have some level of connectability into the system, the matrix, the interwebs. But I think for most of us here, it's not it's not our lives. It's a it's a part of things we do, but I don't think a lot of us get consumed completely by it. You gotta understand certain things and just be able to turn off the switch, walk away. But yeah, it's all in, or even like the videos and stuff we see now. Like you click on one short, and it's just man, you end up in a endless loop of just shorts and just those like videos like that. Short attention spans. 60 seconds or 30 seconds. If you can't get it in within 60 seconds or 30 seconds, then it's a no go. It's how things can flip flop. At one time, it was bad. If you were labeled a 1 minute man or a 60-second man, you were shamed. You were shamed in the public settings and at the line dancing halls. But now, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Oh, he's your guy. He's Mr. 60 Seconds, dude. This dude's got a picture up at the karaoke hall. He ain't never sang a day in his life. It's crazy. I love it. There you go. There was a song, what was it? I rush and life's no fun. And I forgot how it goes. I rush and life's no fun. I think it's a country song. I can't remember the song, but yeah. If I was to hear it, I'd probably remember every word. But yeah, you rush and you rush until life's no fun. What's Bonnie saying down there? No, she ain't saying hook 'em. Oh man, Bonnie done went AWOL. She's talking about hooking horns. All I really gotta do is live and die, and I'm never worried and just be right. I don't know the words to this song, and I just gonna keep singing, 'cause I don't know why. I don't feel right. Yeah. People's just in a hurry for no reason. Just in a hurry for no reason. Oh, man. I like going down the road. I see it every day. I mean, it's some things aren't a gimme, but seeing these idiots, dude, they'll just blow past you. You know, you're going a little low above and beyond just to kind of keep the flow, but these idiots will ride past you, boom. 10 seconds later, they're at the light, you know, or bloom, they'll blow past you just to get in front of you and just get to the gas station. I'm like, dang, bro, what are you in such a hurry for? What's going on? Are they giving away free gas today? You could have just been nice and told me about it. You didn't have to drive around me like Jeff Gordon. Yeah, I try not to hold too offense about their name, Alabama, but even though their group was named Alabama, they had some good hits, some good songs. They had a good flow. They were kind of like that other group. Dang, there was another group that kind of had like that country soulful sound. But yeah, Bonnie's lost in the Matrix, y'all. She better be careful. She got abducted the other night by aliens. I'm glad we got that live. We got live documentation of the motherships that came in. That was if you didn't experience Bonnie got abducted the other night live on panel, it was an extremely disturbing yet beautiful thing. She made it back safe. Somehow she broke free from their alien like tentacles. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing. You just never know what might happen. I can't confirm that. That would be something she would have to disclose in an open setting, an open forum. Uh, I never like to assume anybody's probifications or their probologies. Um, it's questionable to even assume somebody's genderology. So you definitely don't want to assume their ability to be probed or probe. And I'll stand on that. I'll stand 10 toes down on that till somebody proves me wrong. Yeah, she may not be glad, but we're glad. We're happy and glad that we got to. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a lot of beautiful things happening, you know. Hey, you know, pass it on. Take a passy if you will. If not, you know, pass the passy on. Nice. I'm in a hurry and don't know why. I don't feel right. And I still don't remember the lyrics to the song. Oh, damn. Damn, bro. You know it's getting bad. You know it's getting bad and real when Anthony's throwing out safe words. He can dish it out with the best of them. Damn, we've hit a note that, I don't know. Maybe we peaked. We hit a mark that we shouldn't have hit, you know? Yeah, make sure you hit the thumb, you know? You don't get too many free things. It's still free. Oh, shit, damn. Everybody's activating safe words. Holy damn. I apologize. I apologize. Sometimes I go there. Sometimes I go there. Sometimes I do go there. I'm not opposed to being checked. You know, if I get out of line, you know, feel free. Correct me. Oh, I got to practice. I got to warm up. You know, I didn't have my hot tea and honey. You got to have the hot tea and honey. Get you percolating, get you ready, you know. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? I don't think they ever found out. I don't think they ever found out who let the dogs out, really. That's cool. I'm just showing a collection of Bonnie's favorite images. These are some of her this is some of her private collection. These are some of the images she likes to look at. Think I yeah. Shout out to dogs. I know a lot of people really aren't into sports and track it. That's cool. You know, I still have a limited interest, limited following. You know, I played certain sports, but the Georgia Bulldogs have to take on the Texas Longhorns. Game one this Saturday. Uh, Pretty interesting matchups. Pretty interesting that the Bulldogs and the Texas had to rematch. Different sports, but you know, still two powerhouses, still two titans of the field going at it. Should be a good one. I was born out of line. I was born out of line. Yeah, it kind of gives you that feel like you're just sitting right there on the Savannah River, you know? Oh, dang. We'll start that rumor. It's okay to start a few rumors, you know? She definitely has that tattooed somewhere, I heard. Wow. No doubt. No doubt. Let's see here. All right. I think I've rambled about nothingness enough. The fact that people are still here entertaining it is just a pure miracle in itself, you know? It's like a miracle on 34th Street without Santa Claus. Let's see here. The link is out there. The panel is open. The topics are open. Just because you get the ticket doesn't mean you will get the golden ticket, you know? To get the golden ticket, it's going to have to be a challenge, so we shall see. It may get a little bumpy, but just hang in there. Links in chat. It is pinned. I guess as always, you can either bring conversation or you can bring chaos. Choose wisely. The choice is still yours. Uh-oh. We already got, there's three people in the back. They're battling it out. I'm gonna just let them battle it out and see who's the last man or woman standing. Hmm. There you go. Flawless victory. Let's see who we got. We got the zombie force coming in hot, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Welcome up.
What's up, White? What's up, everybody?
You know, just doing the thing, living life, loving life. What you think about it?
Hold on just a sec. I gotta admonish you on your spot on conversations. I get so sick of hearing everybody's negative dream killing bullshit. You're a human. You can do it. You know, you can do it. You set your goal, you can do it.
There you go. I like it. Short, sweet, and to the point. You know. Shoot. Is it getting hot down there in Louisiana yet? Is it hot enough for you down there?
Oh, I'm happy though. I like the hot weather.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't got to worry about no snow apocalypses. But yeah, it felt like 100 here today. It's supposed to feel like that the next couple of days, they say.
Yeah. I used to whenever it was really hot and I was doing electrical and plumbing and HVAC, I used to go at night, man. I used to work at night down here. Most of the time I worked at night, you know. Turn them lights on. I turn the lights on, the construction lights inside, drill a house out, pull all the home run leads to the fuse panel, set the panel, all that rough end shit. I do
Yeah.
that at night. I do all that at night, man. And people say, "Why do you do that at night?" I said, "Why? Because it's a lot cooler, you know." You have the old local parish sheriff deputy pull up the driveway and see what's going on and leave. I've had that happen a couple of times, but there ain't no rule against it.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, I do electrical for for a living. So yeah, that's what we was doing today. Getting
Yeah.
this, getting this one house set up for pre-power inspection tomorrow. So yeah, there wasn't no AC or nothing, but we had a temp pole and we've got like fans and stuff, uh big like construction style fans. So we got it set up and it definitely helps out,
Oh
keep
yeah.
some air circulating. Especially when you got to go up
I'm
in that attic and connect all the disconnects and all that stuff up, man. It's probably, man, I went up in there and I was like, nah, it's just too hot. Waited too late in the day to get up there. I'll go finish it tomorrow. But yeah, it was probably every bit of probably 130, 140 up there. It felt like it.
oh yeah, and the roofing crew, man, when we'd get one framed up. Hell, them roofing crews, man, you would see them at the gas stations at 4 o'clock in the morning, hours before daylight, and they'd already have their ladders and their roofing guns and everything already up there on that roof before daylight. They'd be making noise, but by lunchtime they'd have the whole house roofed and they'd go home. They'd be finished.
Oh, yeah. Depending on where you working at, yeah, get an early start. Yeah, you want to be out of there by lunchtime.
Yeah, these new subdivisions and stuff where you got people living, they don't want to hear no construction noise till a certain time in the morning, but
Yeah. Yeah, there's times like that we have to deal with that. Mainly like the service guys that go out and catch service calls and stuff. You know, they uh, and then even like on some projects they don't like it. But if it's a project where we can get in there earlier, especially during the summertime, we definitely like to do it.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. It kind of gets to be too much, man. Listening to all these world affairs and human emotions and all that crap that steers you down the wrong way of thinking. You know.
Yeah, it's just like a. I watched this. I don't know. It wasn't really like a documentary. I guess it was like a piece of something that somebody was presenting, and the guy was like, basically, he talked about a lot of different things, but he was talking about like the animal, the animal way of thinking versus like a higher way of thinking, almost like a bird like. Not saying we're bird like, but just a higher way of thinking, whatever it may be. And then he even broke it down to like the old cartoons that you used to see back in the day, where like the character was getting ready to make a decision, and they had the angel on one shoulder with the wings, and you had the little devil creature with the horns on one side. And he even broke it down and just talked about how that was the same thing. The devil's feature with those horns or whatever, because it's the animal like or like beast way of thinking.
Yeah,
Not necessarily it has to be an angel, but just the elevated way of thinking, what not to do or a better way to handle it, versus the
yeah.
animal way, or I guess the barbaric way, the heck with them,
You
off with
know,
their heads, that mentality.
I was always taught this that your your endurance, whenever you're angry or upset about something in your head or showing a lot of emotion, it's draining, it's taxing. If you know what I mean, physically and emotionally, it's taxing on you. Means that you got to stay calm, cool, and collective, and not not blow your top over everything. Those people that they're so sensitive to, their feelings are so sensitive. It's just it only takes a couple of words to just completely set them off.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah, you can't even get a complete thought out. They just heard a couple key words and that's it. Their mind's
oh
already
yeah,
made up.
I've heard them on job sites. Come in to a job site, and then one person's arguing with another person, and then the next thing you know, you got three or four people arguing with each other, and it's just it's just almost fixing to come to blows, and then you'll hear the guy that's supposed to be in charge say, "Oh hell, fuck it," excuse my word, but they just go get in the truck. We're out of here. We ain't doing this shit today. So
Your discretion is advised.
yeah, I got a mark against me now.
It's all right. Things happen.
But and then they ruin it for everybody, even the customer. They just ruin it. I've seen grown men stand out there working and just they can't get along. They can't get their egos outside of their self to do their damn job, and just go home and enjoy it and relax. And they they don't have any goals. People that don't have goals really just kind of just I don't understand it. You got to have a goal.
Oh, no doubt. Short term, long term, whatever it may be. You got to have something. You got to have your eye on some type of prize, some type of goal, or whatever it may be. Uh, Reverend Wolf VIP. I apologize if I don't recognize the avatar or the name, but it's good to see you. Welcome to Watts World. Doing well. If I was doing any better, you'd have to call me Mr. Cobbler. I'd be just that peachy. Oh, no doubt. Used to think there was a goal, but I think now in my old age, the goal is to live your best life. Yeah, whatever that may be, whatever your pursuit of happiness is, as long as you're not causing any loss, injury, or harm to somebody else, so be it. That don't mean feel or loss or emotional loss. You know, you get upset and go cry in a corner because I got on my bulldog shirt or something. That's a different type of thing. You can wear whatever shirt you want to wear.
I got some old I got some old vehicles, that's been kept inside for quite a long time. For like 16 years, they've been inside a building. And I get it. People say, if those were mine, I would do this. If those were mine, I would do this. And that they fill your head with all these ideas. And I'm saying, that's part of me getting old. It's because I got the time now and the patience to say, okay, I'm going to fix this vehicle. But when I get through fixing that vehicle, I want it to be very reliable and I want to trust it to be drove and all that other stuff. But to me, it's my passion. You know what I mean? To restore things back to their original condition. But then you watch these guys in these restoration shops, man. I've been in them restoration shops and they're always at each other's throat. You know what I mean? It's like you can
Yeah.
smell the testosterone when you walk in the room, Sort of like that Orange County chopper shit that used to come on and how they were all aggressive
Oh
and how
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they're gonna be
The
the best of
dad
the
and the
best.
brothers and all them guys. Yeah.
Come to find out they're all a bunch of criminals.
It was crazy, but that was reality TV. That was real. That was
Oh yeah.
in your face.
Arguments between arguments between Boyd Coddington and Chip Foose. Chip Foose used to work for Boyd Coddington back in the day in the Foose Wheel Company, and then he split ways. And there was a big, there was a big. They were adversaries, how they become adversaries and all this other shit. And it's always, people, that reality TV stuff really kind of screwed up a bunch of people in the way they think. That's how the real world is, but it really is not, you know,
That
on
made me think
how
about
they,
something. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just thinking out loud.
oh, go ahead, man. That's what I'm here for, to make you think.
No, well, Dad, in this comment, Tupac said, "You don't get old. It's just a thought. Mind changes, body changes, emotion changes, but the eye remains." And it made me think about it. Like, uh, what's one of the main things around New Year's? People want to have these New Year's, what do they call them, resolutions. And ultimately like a. But I think it's weird, or people will say, new year, new me, boo. Why do you have to create a newer version of yourself? Why can't we work and fix on the things that have been broken, battered, and work on that? Why do we have to constantly create a newer version of ourselves? Why can't we just make the version of ourselves that was ultimately meant to be the best version of itself, the most optimal version? Why do we have to be a new year, new me? Or whatever it may be, it kind of made me think about that in a way. We're always the I am, we're always ourselves. The physical world and stuff like that changes around us, but ultimately who we are, it's inside of us, whether we could accept it or acknowledge it, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I get it. They hear everyday folks out here talking on the interwebs, guys like you and me, and some guys are real good at how they talk and conversate, and some guys and women are just completely terrible. You know, they don't want to think about if you start talking technical stuff to them, about your day, you know. Then somebody asked me, said, "Well, you should make videos about that." I said, "Well, who wants to watch a video about that?" and it gets to be to where people take things too personal. You know, they don't like you because of the things you talk about, or they like you because of the things you talk about, but they never seem to make up their mind on what the room is filled with, if you know what I mean. You say that often.
Yeah, some people would rather be the best version of what they think someone else thinks they should be instead of just being themselves, you know. They're
Yeah,
gonna like you, love you, or hate you. You might as well be the best. You might as well be you. You know, don't be a fake version of you because eventually that fake version is gonna run out. Or you're gonna be so off whack trying to remember this or trying to remember that. You know, it's just best just to be natural, be authentic, whatever that is, you know. Ultimately
oh
this
yeah,
uh internet, you know, it does create some version of a facade. You know, we try to be as real, honest, able, trustable as we can. But I mean ultimately I guess there's some things that uh you know, some things can't be said online. You know, some things are just you said it better in person, conversations in person. No matter how meaningful or meaningless these are, you know, ultimately just the best conversations and the best interactions are face to face, in my opinion. Special K, always
yeah.
good to see you. Hope all is well. All type of legends in chat tonight.
I totally get it all about what people think, you know, and what you know and what you think. That's kind of completely different conversations with me.
No
Yeah.
doubt. No doubt. You fret about that.
I'm just trying to be polite. I'm trying to change my ways. Here lately, I'm getting labeled to be a prick about some things, but I guess that's just me and my personality.
We all have different personalities, you know. You know, nobody wants to. You don't want a whole panel full of Watt Lives. You don't want a whole panel full of zombies or a whole panel full of two packs. You know, you just want
Could you imagine?
you just want people, yeah, with some type of equity, whatever it may be, thought, input, analysis. You know, maybe an insight of something that's going on in their area that maybe could possibly be something or else, or something that we could use here to grow an idea, or whatever it may be. You know, some type of equity, whatever it may be, physical, mental, spiritual. You know, not asking you to put any money, any ties in the pot, but you know, everybody's got some value. Everybody's got some type of equity. Use. Speaking of equity, use. Good to see you. That is a character with equity.
Yeah, you know, I get it. You know, it's sort of like everybody kind of, what is that? Everybody kind of took that course in whatever education they had. It's called philosophy.
Yeah,
It's kind of like they read it in a book. They can see the pictures and see the video, but the physical attributes of it means absolutely nothing to them. You know? Everybody likes a good story, I suppose.
oh, no doubt. No doubt. I ain't found too many people that didn't like a good story, you know?
Yeah. And then I talk with some guys a lot sometimes about knowledge and how people's knowledge play into their everyday life, you know. And they say, well, okay. And they say, what about you, Zombie? I say, okay. I'm a I'm I'm an aviation rotor aircraft retired mechanic, if anybody understands what that is by trade. My dad's asked me to go down and work at the local airport and do plane certifications on aircraft, but I've refused. Sometimes you just don't want to have to keep taking on that responsibility.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't save the whole world. You can't save them all.
But I mean, you know, nothing else is good to to be in that position or to have that knowledge or still be in demand where you have those options, you know. If nothing else, just to have the option to turn it down until you find something you want, or if you don't want to do nothing at all, you know, you got that option.
Yeah.
Still in the rat race. Still having to pay my dues right now, you know. I got a few options, but you know, I'm trying to expand.
Yeah. You know, I love machinery. I love the hands-on things that go on, you know, all the creativities that happen. Some of it to me is just kind of a cheap generic brand, and some of it just, you know, you can see the workmanship in it. It's sort of like when you walk in whenever I was building these big immaculate houses, I would frame these houses, you know, and the rounded staircases and the cathedral ceilings and all of the woodwork and everything inside of that house, you know, and you can tell by a person's workmanship, you know, and whether they've been down here framing some apartment complexes all their whole life or what they've been doing as carpenters, you know, and then I tried to excel in that and and I wanted to know all about carpentry and concrete, and me and Mad Shad just recently on a panel we were discussing concrete. But the thing about it is if you're around it and you're exposed to it, then sometimes people need to know as much as possible about it if you're exposed to it. You know, your vehicle, your house, your everyday life, you know. But they never had no exposure to it. They
Oh,
didn't
no
have any
doubt. You
exposure
don't
to it.
know what you don't know and what you have been exposed to. One thing real quick, let me Harvest Mary Moon says I wish Watt had the hype button. I gotta look. I don't know how you turn it in. I don't know. It must be a setting or a feature that you do in your settings. If anybody knows how to turn it on, feel free. But if not, I just have to play around with the settings. I didn't even know you had to do the thing. I thought they just automatically did the thing for you. You know. Yeah, I don't know. They've already. I've already reached all the criteria and everything. The what is it? The watch hours. The people subscribed. Uh, Still on the road to 1K. You know, the fact that I got that many people tuning in. Maybe if nothing else, they're just keeping tracks. You know, they're keeping tracks on this weirdo they call Watt Life. You know, I appreciate it. I appreciate your VO notification tags that you put out there. But yeah, they said I reached all the criterium if I ever wanted to do like a monetization. Uh, but I guess if you was to reach that aspect, I'm pretty sure you reached the aspect of hyping the video. But I don't know how that goes. They always said I was a good hype man, but I don't know how to hype the interwebs. You know, I don't know how to hype the YouTube.
Well, they got one option on there that says that you can promote your video, but you pay money to do that.
Now it lets you hype. Now I've clicked on videos and it lets me hype it. But what that does is like it's all integrated and it's all built in with the algorithms. The more you interact with the channel, you hit the like, subscribe, share, all those different type of things. You're getting like digital YouTube credits. The more you converse in chat, that's why you see like you see like the chat. It'll show you like who the top 3 chatters are. At the end of the show, those chatters get like little tokens and stuff, or people that give you a super chat or a monetary donation. You get so many credits for that, and then you can go in there and you can do all type of stuff in chat. You can drop like interactive emojis. You can hype the video up. I don't fully understand the whole specs behind it, but I think that's like the basic thing of it. You know, there's even a whole section on YouTube now of just a hype section. You could just go in there and watch all the hyped videos for the day. You know, if you're feeling down and out in the world and you think the day is just a bad day, you done stubbed your toe 3 times. Hey, don't worry, don't fret. YouTube's got a whole section of nothing but stuff they consider to be hype worthy. You know, so there is hope. There is a bright side. Yeah, I'm definitely not dependent on any type of monetary gain from anything from the internet. Now, if I'm selling something on the eBay or the wherever it may be, yeah. But as far as just coming on here and talking about it, you know, I never
You
would
know,
seek that or anything like that. But as far as like their qualifications, they sent me that whole spreadsheet a while back. I forget, it was like, I don't know, the beginning of April or something like that. They sent me the whole thing. If I wanted to do the thing and if I wanted to be their partner, just let me know. We're here for you. We've been
hey,
waiting on you.
you know that people should understand that, and I'm going to promote you on that. What is because on average, on average, and I'm just a spectator,
Yeah.
but you know it, and I know it, that you're going to wind up the cost of just doing your videos, live videos and stuff. By the time you put your service involved in it and getting up here and letting people talk and intermingle with each other and everything else, I mean, I think that it's okay to support people, you know, and help them in their channel. You know, yeah, you take donations because why? It's not really. It's expensive. It costs like just to get on here and just have a basic conversation and a basic panel. You know, you're talking 80, 90, what is it, 89 and $90 a month just for the better service to be able to have more people in and set this up and all this other stuff going on, you know, your gear, your software, everything else. Shoot, man, it's expensive to have a
Oh,
good
dude, I'm
time.
doing all this off a second generation Obama phone with Taco Bell Wi-Fi. You
Yeah,
speaking of minimalist, dude?
yeah.
Hold on, we got 2 people battling out in the background. One of them's got a pair of nunchucks. The other one seems to have what seems to be a homemade, self-constructed pitchfork of some sort. Okay, looks like Bonnie survived it out. She had the homemade pitchfork. Welcome up, Bonnie, ladies and gentlemen. Good move with the homemade pitchfork. They didn't stand a chance back there.
I poked him.
No, I seen it. I couldn't show that live, but yeah, I will acknowledge your victory. Welcome up. Good to see you as always.
Hey, zombie.
Oh my
Good.
God, Bonnie, baby, what are we going to do with you?
Not a thing. You can't fix
Wow.
perfection.
Say what?
Hey, you can't fix
I
it,
heard you
just
got,
fork it.
I
I
heard,
like it.
I heard you may have got probed.
Yeah, I couldn't speak on the possible probing. I figured I'd let you give your time to speak on that. Give your firsthand acknowledgement of what actually happened.
It really was weird. So I'm working on this room, and it's like my sanctuary. And so I turned the laptop around so that I could share it. Well, when I did that and turned my camera on, I disappeared except for my name. And well, I had the alien thing here up. And it was like, oh, she got abducted.
B says the hype is on. The hype is on. We have confirmed hypage, y'all. Holy, we just reached levels we didn't even know we could reach here. It wasn't the alien invasion. We already had hype and didn't even know it.
Where's the hype?
I don't know.
So,
It's better to find the hype than the beef. They're promoting the hype on the YouTube. You can't find the beef in the real world. Just metaversal beefs.
right. And I am totally joking about the perfection. I am so far from perfect. What is perfect?
You're close enough to perfect. for me.
I think we've all achieved. I don't know. Yeah, perfection. I don't know. What is perfection?
Sound
I
very
don't know.
flirting with me.
Say
Probably a
what?
song. It's a thing.
Well, I just thought I'd even out the testosterone up here a little. If
Yeah, it
it's
was too much mansplaining. The testosterone was oozing through the screens. You know, if they had been a testosterone smellometer, we would have exceeded the daily dosage. I appreciate you for acknowledging that. We wasn't going to say it, but appreciate the balance.
Thank you.
No doubt. One thing about it, you got to have a strong foundation. The mightiest oak don't have little bitty old baby roots. Some things is buried in deep, snug. Oh man, we got another battle royale going in the back. Holy hell, what is that? This dude's constructing some type of homemade intergalactic ray gun. Now, I'm just going to assume you're the winner, bro. You got the ray gun. I'm bringing you up. Bring you up, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Good evening. Good evening.
Two packs is just throwing them out there.
Say what?
I was just saying, two packs is just throwing them out there. Well, all the chat, everyone has really good input tonight.
All right,
good to
Anthony's realigned. He had to throw out the safe word a couple times, but that's good. It's interactive. But we've realigned. Anthony's back with us now.
Right.
Perfection is in the eye of the beholder, or something like that.
I believe I read somewhere that we were created in his image. So maybe.
One heck of an image. Look at all us. Look at all us miscreants, underdogs, naysayers, and no do good wellers. We all found a way to connect and commune.
Right. Hey, it looks like we're fixing to get a fire.
Oh damn, that ain't good. Oh, you mean okay, wingnut? I thought you meant there. You just said that too casually. Oh, look at that, y'all! Just a little fire, just a little.
A controlled, purposeful.
See what's going on here. Look at him, man, in his natural state, his natural habitat. Look at him as he creates the fire. Look at his canine as he roams free amongst the freedom.
Where's the marshmallows?
I ain't got none of them.
Hot dogs?
You like marshmallows?
I've eaten them. It's not something I.
Yeah, I'm staying away. I've eaten them, but yeah, I ain't buying them. They ain't on my list. But now, if you I forget the actual marshmallow. What is the marshmallow plant? And if somebody was into marshmallows, the plant, it's pretty drought tolerant. It can withstand most things. But yeah, you let it grow for so long, and then you take it out and you process the roots, and you can make your own marshmallow. That was your thing. But yeah, I've had marshmallow. It's not really a cup of tea, but if you did, you can make your own.
I honestly did not know there was an actual marshmallow plant.
I did not either, but I know how to make marshmallow.
Please click the thumbs up and the subscribe. If you can't read that, you're too intoxicated, or you could be possibly not intoxicated enough. Shout out to all you people that's trying to turn your phone upside down and you're looping out. There we go. We got fire, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff when we were cleaning up the yard the other day. Some of the smaller stuff I just went ahead and threw in here, and I was like, well,
there you go.
We'll go ahead and set it on fire.
Why not? That's what we do around here. We'll find a reason to set a fire, shoot some fireworks off.
Fire. It was that man. That was actually that's one of one of the damn when a like a rite of passage back when I was a kid was starting fires. You know, that's actually a skill that a lot of people really don't have is knowing how to start a fire. You know?
Oh, no doubt. Without a lighter or something like that, you know.
Well, thanks to Ark Wildman, I do.
There you go. Oh yeah. Oh wow, man, he definitely survived. You know, he can find what he needs to eat. He can make the fire. He can make the. You know, he
You
can. I
know,
think he could make anything he would need to survive.
the only modern thing that I did to make that is use a lighter. Other than that, everything else is natural.
Yeah.
I'm using fat lighter to get this thing going. You know, because and a little bit of pine straw. You know what I mean? But that's the only thing is I got a spark from the lighter to get my fat lighter lit. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that when I some people I don't know if everybody knows what I mean when I say fat lighter or lighter knot or you know I don't know what else people call it or something like that, but it's like when like if a pine tree get hit by lightning or something like that, all the sap will go down into the trunk when as it rots, and all that sap, that pine sap, is very flammable, and you get that wood that's just you know saturated with that old pine sap, and it'll light up really easy. You can light it in when it's wet. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Back in the day when people had actual chimneys in their houses, you always knew if you burned too much pine, burn too much pine in your fireplace or your
Yeah,
up your
yeah,
chimney, it would
yeah.
it would
With the
just catch on
creosote.
fire.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, the thing is, it's like pine to me is only good for like light and um and some immediate heat. Otherwise, it puts off too much soot, and
Yeah,
it's not a really good. It's not good for cooking. I could tell you that, but it's only good for like certain things. Like if you just want some flames for light, it's fine for that. But otherwise, I mean, pine is just trash wood when it comes down to
Oh,
usefulness.
all out chaos.
But we were doing a lot of yard work. Not hell, every summer is like every other day or every week. We had to at the minimum. Um, you doing yard work out here? Yeah, got a bunch of limbs and shit. Got
yeah. I cut like 2 acres of grass a week.
yeah. There's a lot to be cut out here. A lot of grass, a lot of lemon, bush hogging and shit like that every year, constantly to keep it looking like a state park, trimmed up, manicured. Keep it that way. It's like constantly.
Yeah,
You know. But
Yeah.
I would like to actually plant a whole hell of a lot more trees out here, but it's not my place to do so. But I'd love to.
Yeah.
Needs a hell of a lot more trees out here.
Yeah. If somebody's got the space to do it, do it. Whatever it may be. I'm definitely looking into expanding and doing more fruit trees and stuff like that. Get all the aspects and the beauty and everything of the tree, and then you get to eat from it. You get to eat from the
Yeah.
tree. What's better than that? You know?
Yeah, I got my mom gave me three clippings off of her fig tree, and I got them growing in pots over here. I already got figs on them.
No, I love figs. Yeah, I love them. It's
I'm
just
waiting
about.
until
It's almost time for them to get ready. Here where I'm at. It's about that time.
yeah. Well, I mean, they're not big enough to put in the ground yet, but I mean, hell, I already got figs on them this year. I mean, they're not ripe enough to pick yet, but um, so that's good. I'd like to get a
I
whole
just,
lot, all kinds of different stuff. When it comes down to like fruit trees and stuff like that. I would love to have all kinds of random stuff and get them so acclimated or whatever to the area where they can survive through the winter without any problems. You know what I'm
What's
saying?
that?
Any trees I put out here, any fruit trees, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
you got
that's,
to
I
at
mean,
least
they
down there in
claim that
Florida,
way.
you got a little bit more of a buffer zone than most people got.
The thing is, it's like the past 2 years we've gotten snow down here.
Yeah,
That's
that
been
is
crazy.
true.
You know, that's been crazy.
Yeah,
Literally. I mean, before then, it was like over 20 years since I've seen snow this far down, and I'd hope to see another 20 years before I see it again. But um, I don't know.
yeah. Definitely don't want to get set up and get it going, and then boom, get you one.
Well, that's what they claim. That's the reason why all the orange groves are gone around here now. You know, that's what they claim.
Allegedly.
That one frost killed a shitload of them, and you know, and that just kind of killed the orange grove, orange business down here. I don't know. I mean, it's
Appreciate
being
you being here,
replaced.
Two Packs. You have a blessed night and a prosperous Friday. Yeah, imagine that. At some point in our timeline, Florida's known as the orange state. The
Yeah,
citrus
Florida
state.
oranges.
It's one of the few states that could do it well and thrive at it. But yeah, that's a interesting dynamic.
Being replaced with damn housing developments and shit like that. You know,
But there's one guy, I seen this one. I might have posted it in the community tab a long time ago. But anyway, you could look it up. But there's this guy. They did a story on him that years ago. I can't remember if he had orchards or he had the property or he just bought the property years ago and started developing avocados. So at that point when they did the video, he had like anytime you do trees like that, you have it in succession where one's at ready at different times. I forget, especially however long it takes from when you put the avocado young tree in the ground to the time when it's uh, edible, producible fruit. I don't know. I forget how long that takes. I think it may take years. But anyway, yeah, he did it in succession, and he said he switched to that because of just regulations, limitations, or whatever. However, we got to this point. We made it here. There was a lot of decisions. There was some checks that definitely didn't get balanced, whatever it may be. Whoever did it, they did it. But yeah, however we got here.
I just planted three more fig tree saplings about 2 months ago.
Hell yeah.
I
Just
got
gave me goosebumps.
I got two fully mature fig trees, which are huge, and then I've got three mature orange trees, and then I've got a big, huge persimmon tree.
Oh yeah.
And it takes a while, but once they're rooted and producing, shoot, man, I mean, I give most of the figs away on that one fig tree, and generally a lot of the oranges. It's a lot. 3 orange trees is a lot for a couple of people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know there's still patches in the woods you can go walking through, and man, you could just run up on a whole patch of like them, what they call it, the brown turkey figs. And man, just think, man, if I didn't come through here and collect as many as I could collect, man, it's what the birds or the deer, I guess, would eventually got to them. But yeah, stuff like that, it just grows, or like the certain passion flowers and passion fruits, man. You can just find them growing randomly, or all different type of stuff.
yeah. There's a lemon tree that's right over here. Yeah, it's pretty good size. That thing puts off way more lemons than anybody can eat. I mean, honestly, unless you're like making a whole hell of a lot of lemon pies or something, man. But I'm gonna tell you, or lemonade or whatever. But otherwise,
I like
man,
them.
it's like
I do go through a
most
lot
of
of
that.
lemons myself.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it's not bad. They're the big ones, the big lemons, not the little tiny ones, the big one.
That's what I do, man. Wherever I was at,
Almost
if I
like a
was the
grapefruit
mayor,
size.
that's what I do. Whatever fruit or whatever type of edible things we could have, I'm definitely making sure we can plant that. I'm definitely promoting everything that's natural and native to the land itself as close as we can get to the varieties. But yeah, I'm definitely, yeah. Trees have their purpose and their beauty, but yeah, plant some trees. If you live in an area where apples can grow, hell, plant apple trees, plant peach, whatever it may be, you know? Hell, if I'm the mayor and nobody gets it, I'll go out there personally and pick them all up off the ground and eat them, you know? But yeah, just little things like that, man. I guess it's just too good of an idea or it's just too out of whack with what they want it to be. I don't know, but that's just me.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's this old guy, man. It's got this big, huge pecan tree, and that thing drops more pecans than anybody can eat. So he lets anybody and everybody if they want to come up there and just gather him up. You know what I mean? He's you know,
Yeah, put it
Well,
out there.
you
Shoot. As many people
when I
that's
was
canning and doing different things, yeah, put it out there. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. You know, you got the option.
when I was a kid, there's a little town that I kind of grew up around where out in the public parks and in the medians there was uh, apple trees. We had some cherry trees. We had fruit trees. You know, we had orange trees and stuff around. And it was just for people. It wasn't on somebody's property. It was just for people. Nowadays, you got people who say, "Oh, don't eat that orange off that tree. Don't eat that apple off that tree." Blah blah blah. They all got their excuses and
Yeah.
reasons. But
You literally watched this tree grow. You literally watched it produce fruit, and you're questioning that. But you will run straight to the store, buy something that's been sprayed in Lord knows who knows what in a package that you don't know where it came from, and accept that openly and free willingly. You know, it's crazy how the world is. We could, and I say we, I don't mean us, and I don't mean anybody here, but I just say we. You know, we the people. We say we the people if we're the people that I'm speaking of. We. Uh, we as a society, it's crazy, something as simple as that, I've watched it bloom. I've watched it just flourish and go, and I'm questioning it. That's just how out of tune and out of sync we are with just everything natural, whatever it may
yeah,
be. Yeah, they probably wouldn't want me to be mayor. I probably would never. They probably couldn't pay me enough to be president, but like a mayor or
I,
something like that, where I could
I'm
actually
already,
see my decision making come directly. I think that
yeah,
would be a better gig for me if I ever did something like that. Not saying I ever would, but just speaking for
we
these
got,
clowns that say they're doing it.
you know, I'm gonna give Mad Shad a shout out.
There you go.
But
Shout out.
I
Everybody give a
usually,
shout out. There you go. I love a good shout out.
and we usually do he does the Lackluster Fridays. We've
If
been
one of
doing
the
that shit
mods
for
could drop
years.
Mad Shaz's link, drop it. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we've been doing Lackluster Fridays for years now. It's turned into years. And somehow I've been newly elected to be the president of the new world that we're going to take over and all this other stuff. And I'm saying,
Nice.
you get some
Well,
pushback.
hell, I might
You know,
just
you,
denounce my presidency and just maybe sign up, maybe be in just your cabinet. I don't necessarily have to be your
hey,
running mate. You just give me a
Bonnie,
cabinetary position.
I think Bonnie, I put her in charge of the judicial department. I think she's got the
There you go.
department.
Nice. There it is, Mad Shad. That's the channel and the link that he's talking about now. Go give Mad Shad a look. Give him a like. Give him a subscribe. Give him a shout out. Tell him the Watt Life sent you. Tell him the Zombie Life sent you. Just go tell him somebody sent you. That way we know you're there.
Thank you for the money.
Sling the link. Sling everybody's links. You can drop all the panelists' links. Wingnut, Bonnie, the zombie. You may know them, but you may not know them. I don't know who the watchers, waiters, and the lurkers are. You know, they're probably all tuned in watching this right now from an Indian bot farm. You know, a call center. They're like, oh, look at this guy. Look at this wildlife. America. I love the Georgia Bulldogs. All the time. No Texas Longhorns. No, no, no.
You know, a lot of times, you know, people don't suspect. Like me, I listen to people, and I don't get involved in a chat all the time. I don't do any of that, but I do listen, you know. And I got different people that I listen to, you know. And I'll give Bonnie a shout out. I listen to her all the time. She just don't know what I'm lurking.
You like the
You,
lurkers.
lurking.
you never listen to me. I try to tell you and you just won't listen.
I know. Always on my ass, woman.
Go. Checks and balances. I like it. See, we're already working to a better communal based system. See, you know, we got fires in the background. You know, what else you want in life? You know, you got B Charming rolling her butt off on the floor. It's a beautiful thing. Somebody help her get up. Roll it out. Roll it out.
Hey, Billy.
No. Yeah, all right. You can be the president of the new world. I'll just be like the new governor of Georgia. I may work up in the ranks. You know, I'll get to the
I'm
governor's
just saying,
mansion.
man, you got to realize what you're giving up to take that position to begin with.
Oh, no
Yeah.
doubt. You got to give some to get some.
Yeah. Fucking, I'm sorry, there's the F-bomb again. That Ghost Lincoln, he's charge of the Human Services Department. So
There you go. Whatever that may mean.
we elected him to that office just last week. He made that. We got him appointed to the position.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, who are we? Just mere mortals, mere humanoids. We forget Skynet's going to make everything better. Psh, how can we forget that? The golden goose.
I mean, if they can do it, we can do it, right?
There you
We're
go.
human. They're human. We can do it.
Got people signing up left and right for different positions. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing here. I think we
Yeah, I
solved
got lots of
0.003%. I like it.
I got lots of openings to be filled. Just see Ghost Lincoln. Ghost Lincoln is the one to fill your application out with
There you go.
and turn it
Go
in.
through the proper channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking I could probably take that with a sergeant at arms.
There you go.
Hey, Trent at Vision Preparedness, I'm shouting out everybody. Trent, he's charged of the CIA and secret. He's in charge of the intelligence. So you might talk to him, Wingnut. He could
There you
probably
go.
get you in there.
We don't need.
Gotta have positions, Bonnie.
See, I'm saying we're gonna get pushed back.
Either that or Skynet, you know. The only position they give you is global positioning. You know, they're not giving it, they're receiving it. Oh,
Well, okay. Call to meeting twice a year and everybody go back to their job or their life. It's not a full-time thing, right?
You gotta work. You gotta report to the office. You can't work from home on this job.
Yeah, but it's not a annual
Skynet
job.
with great benefits. Yeah.
Well, now it could be since we've been thrown into a mess, but I don't know.
I figured if people only knew, you know, in all of the great leadership, people had people that stood beside each other. They may not have agreed on everything, but at least they stood inside the same room and come to an agreement. What was in all of their best interest. But now
Compromise.
you've got so many different
Sorry.
sectors. You got too many different sectors of what people want to agree on. It's not based on moral compass anymore. It's based on your personal prerogatives of how you see another person. When you expect people to see you for who you are, then you've got to be reasonable and let that person be whoever they are, right?
That's the way it should be, but it never has been. In the county that I grew up in, there was a battle over the county seat, and a man was shot and killed over it. So I think that expecting everyone to get along is asking a lot. But then that's where the judicial comes in.
Yes, Bunny does have a channel. Make sure you go check it out. Like, subscribe, check it out.
Thank you, Kay.
There you go. It's like a lot of these channels. A lot of them, sometimes we would never know they exist just by the simple fact of just sharing things out, you know? What about that? What if your last name was Connor? Would you feel obligated if you had a daughter to name her Sarah? And then it's in the hopes that if she had a son, she would name her son John Connor. That's too much. Yeah, that's too much to even think about. Never mind. I'm just saying, if my last name was Connor and I had a son, it would be John Connor.
I don't know, man. In this day and age, you know, and the way reality is, I wouldn't be surprised if the reality version of Sarah Connor would be named like LaQuisha or something.
There you could be. Could be.
I mean, that's how weird reality is. It could, you know, that's how
Good.
strange.
Where are we in the algorithmic name changes? You know, who knows, dude? Good point.
I mean, you know.
I think I
my
dated
goodness.
that chick one time.
I wouldn't be surprised if like a is it like a quarter Mexican, a quarter Asian, quarter black, quarter like Iranian,
Oh, damn. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, you got to throw a little Iranian in there. I love it.
transgender.
Damn, I was liking it till you said that one. I was kind of, yeah.
But
Thinking it might have been my soulmate till you said
and then
that.
a little bit mixture of transgender, a little mixture of what is it? You know, where they think they're a dog or something. You know,
Oh, goodness.
and that is what is going to be running against Trump in presidency. I can almost say
Is that
that is what they want
bestiality
to
or
put.
I don't know.
Something. It's on the spectrum, they say.
Oh,
Alert in
they have to-
California, a Hug
they have to
medical
be
plant is on fire. I think our medical supplies are under attack. You don't say. Okay,
with all
huge.
that stuff. Yeah, with all that stuff, they have to be a midget also. Okay. I think that's going to be the next running mate against Trump.
I appreciate that. Yes, some type of medical facility is allegedly up in smokes in California. Did they say California? Yeah, California.
Okay, that's why we go back to common law. Not under
Well,
the
so
bar.
that's the thing. You know, that's the thing. It's like, you know, with the statutory administrative maritime law that's in place, it's got its hooks in. You know, it's like you would have to, you know, like if you imagine, like there's so many laws on the books that basically are, and you know, antithetical to the common law. you know, like simple things like seatbelt laws, all right? You know, and being, you know, fined or criminalized for that, where there's no victim. If there's no victim, there's no crime. But all these there's a lot of stuff out there they've got classified as crimes, but there's no victim involved, and the state wants to claim to be the victim. The state cannot be the
Absolutely.
victim. The state is a legal fiction. It cannot be a victim. You know,
And just to be clear, just because you're afraid of your own underwear, that's not a crime. That is a choice.
yeah, and that's something that you need to work on. I mean, honestly, get some therapy or something. You know,
I mean,
seriously.
it just, you know, there's a lot of X factors we don't know. It could be good or bad. You know, it's like Gremlins. It's not quite 12 p.m. But do the rules still apply? You know, we don't know. It says Tracy, California, a plastic plant that makes loads of medical supplies. So there you go. Just whoever that could be, you know. I mean, it's whatever it may be, syringes or any type of plastics like that. I mean, just with the ongoing battles with different plastics and things like that, if nothing else, the optics don't look good. You know, it's definitely another hole in an already stretched and expunged, what do you call it? Logistics process, whatever it may be. You know, gas prices up and down, whatever war we may be in, whatever war we may not be in, you know, with different things. It's
Yes.
there you go. Damn.
Probable cause.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's another thing too. You know, this is one of the things that it really irritates me about law enforcement is they always put the cart before the horse. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand
all
what I'm trying to
criminals.
say. Well,
Yeah.
you know, it's like trying to attain things that they have no legal basis to actually attain. Like, you know, they you know, everybody has the this threat of violence. Anytime you're dealing with law enforcement, there is always that threat of violence and deadly violence because they got a firearm. So there's always that threat in the back of your mind with this because it doesn't, you know, this guy could be having a bad day. Next thing you know, you just moved wrong and he shoots you. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, in my opinion, the way I see it, I think we the people are the only ones that should have qualified immunity. The government, any government employee or government official should not have a qualified immunity because
No.
you know, these are our employees. If we were to relate this nation to McDonald's, we own the fucking restaurant. All right. These employees that work for us are trying to tell us how to live and then force us at gunpoint on how to live. You know,
They
these
do.
are our employees doing this to the owners. You know,
Exactly.
the ones that pay the fucking paychecks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad lease agreement.
Well, I mean, seriously, it's like a bad relationship, man. It's like we got to get a divorce. I mean, seriously, it's like, you know, I mean, we're not getting the services that we are paying for, you know, or you know, we're being sold a bill of goods, and it's like, okay, you know, just do what we tell you to do, or you know, comply or die scenario, you know, and because there's always that threat of violence and force behind everything. Every single statute has some kind of a monetary attachment to it. So a lot of it is because of, you know, they were looking for money, you know. You know, a lot of it, you know, it's like, you know, just simple things that I was sitting there talking to somebody about it, you know, when it comes down to like attaining body cam from the, you know, city or something like that of police officers. And, you know, and what, there's some places like there's like Longwood down in Orlando, down where I used to live. They want you to pay $50 and it's non-refundable just to find out how much the body cam footage that I want is going to cost me.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You got to pay to see how much it's going to cost you.
Yeah. You got to pay to play before you can even play.
Yeah, because they're going to charge me for the body cam footage, which is
Got to charge a booking fee.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is the whole thing is screwed up because we pay for all of it. We pay for the body cam footages. We
Yes.
pay for the salary of the people that are doing all the redactions and the the fuzzing, blotting out stuff, blotting out
Yeah.
pixelating faces or whatever. We pay for all that stuff, and then they want on top of that charge us more money, and when it's already been paid for.
Yeah.
And that's just one aspect. I've seen a lot of things that when it comes down to government, it's like literally we pay for in our taxes, but yet they double dip and charge us again just for
Yeah.
using it.
Double and triple dip,
Yep.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
And
It's
that is
widespread, It's the whole system
why-
itself.
that's why there's no trust of any authority or the whole system, because it has been abused so bad and twisted to be against the people, where the people are the ones that built it.
You
And
know,
they forget that.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like I was, I mean, this is just some random thought while you were talking, Bonnie, that I was thinking about. It's like, the useful idiots are the same people that got Stalin
Yeah.
into power. All right. And once Stalin got into power, what's the first thing he did? All of those useful idiots that got into power, he shot them in the head because they were no longer useful anymore. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing
Yeah.
too. It's like, that's why I'm really weird about this whole voting scenario all my life, is because, we all know. I mean, and if you don't realize it or not, your eyes aren't open to the point, where you can see the corruption and all this other crap that's going on in government when it comes down to it for the past, let's say 50 years. All right. And it's been going on longer than that, but let's just say for the past 50 years, you see all that corruption that's been going on, and then all the other lies and in my opinion, crimes against humanity and treason against the American people. Why do people still participate in this? Still give it authority to do what it's doing? You know what I mean? By voting, for instance, you're giving your written consent for them to do this. You're saying, I'm okay with it. I don't care, if my guy doesn't win or not, or I do care, but I mean, one way or the other. But I'm just saying, it's like they don't give a shit because, they're the ones that provide the choices. You think you got a choice, but they're the ones to provide the choice. So therefore, you really don't have a choice.
And it's
Was
the
that
one with the most money.
right? And I mean, the ones that truly have stated that they were for the American people and trying to do the right thing, they don't last very long, or they never get to that point where they can do anything about it. You know what I mean? That's how the
Even the dog
system.
knows something's up.
Yeah, I mean, when people say the system is broken, no, it's working exactly the way it was designed, man. It's working perfectly. You know what I mean? It ain't
here's
broken.
what,
Yeah.
Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie. You know, I'm skeptical to say anything because you're going to tell me I talk too much.
Would you stop? Speak your mind.
So, if you've got people in your township, and in your county or parish or borough, who's going to be the person that gets put in charge of watching over the people in that township?
One sheriff. And if he needs help, he'll hire a deputy. And he will, but the town will agree or disagree. That's the way it always was until.
Well, I'll tell you this, Bonnie, on that level, what you're just saying, I agree. But when in my mind, I think when it comes down to nationwide, that when it comes down to common law and how we deal with crime, should be a standard Not necessarily, one town does it one way and the other town does it another. No, it needs to be a standard. I agree on that. I'm not really keen on the whole union scenario because I think, I'm a traditionalist because each state is basically a whole country in itself, you know.
Yeah. And that's
um,
where it's by state, because different areas, it is a different way of life. So
well, yeah.
to make it the same all the way across the board
Well, I'll
doesn't
tell you
work.
this. When you think about it, all right, like you think about it, when you murder somebody, or you steal from somebody, or you fraud somebody, or you damage somebody's property, or something like that, or those things leave the victim, and that can be pretty much. That's a broad. That's a general scenario that anybody, I guess, can stand behind. You know what I mean? Those are things that leave a victim, and therefore that is a crime. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
and that could be a standard, no matter what state you go to.
But
But
so, like
all
in
the extra
Texas,
shit, the other extra shit that's on top of it now, that's where I see the problem.
I mean,
but
so do we live our lives by assumption, or do we live our lives by wisdom and guidance?
No, fact. Because that's one of the things that I find that frustrates me with the system that's in place now. It runs under assumption and presumption, not fact. And like a victim that is oath of affirmation of what's um if you got the state claiming to be the victim, who do you when you want to face your accuser, who do you face? You can't face the state because it only exists on paper. All you face is a representative of this state. You know what I mean? So you can never face your accuser if the state claims to be the victim. And
Yeah,
that's unconstitutional,
just got to get
but
down to the you got to get down to the roots of the matter in discussions, and you'll understand why the president and his committee elected Bonnie as the judicial district, because she's wise in what she says, and with guidance to what people don't understand is whenever the constitutional laws of being American were written, we didn't have as many people inside this country as we do now. So you have to put that into perspective.
there's still people, and it's just like raising children. But even okay, what I was trying to say, back to the states. So there's so many things that are different too. In Texas, if you have a no trespassing sign, that means your property, period. Even the police follow it, the EMS, whoever follow it. And that means you don't set foot on that property unless you are invited. You have permission. Where in other states, people can come into your home and you still have to fight in court whether you felt threatened or not. That is wrong. If somebody comes into your home uninvited, that's an instant no.
You remember that movie? You remember that movie? It's one of my favorite movies. It's called Friday.
I
And
don't
it's
think
where
I ever
it's where Smokey, the weed head, goes over there and gets his weed from a guy, but he ain't paid him the money yet, but he's smoking up all the weed. So the guy that he's getting it from, he tries to take Smokey and Ice Cube out in the movie. So now if you kind of flip the script on that and you say, okay, what do we do with our security, our local security, not military? I don't want to go that deep, but just your local security people. Who's in charge of security, you know, and what justifies
The-
them being on that position? Well,
Well,
the modern day, not speculating, the modern day counties, boroughs, and parishes. Do the math, do the investigation, and you're going to find out that the county in which you live, no matter where you're at, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Louisiana, whatever, is in debt. You got to understand that. They have borrowed money under a loan to be able to pay for these big expensive things, to be able to pay for these big expensive courthouses and all this lavish lifestyle. And we've got law enforcement officers making over 6 digits a year inside of an economy that it's reaping it from. You have to understand that we are being cattle. We are tax cattle. Now, whenever the
Mhm.
tax cattle need to be whipped a little more and driven a little more, that means that the laws crack down. Oh, we're going to get violence off the street. Oh, we're going to do this. Oh, we're going to put more law enforcement officers out there on the front lines. We're going to do all of this. And they're doing it on borrowed money. See, but an original aspect of it was, Bonnie, you was spot on, is the sheriff was responsible for the security and the people that live inside the community. I know if somebody just comes over here and steals something off my property, I cannot stay up and awake 24 hours a day. Eventually, I'm either going to let that shit stress me out to a point where I'm saying, okay, I got to put up a 12-foot electric fence around my property. I got to live in private property. I'm going to say no trespassing. I'm going to wait for somebody. I'm going to try to catch somebody. Okay, so you're spending all this money and all this time and all this stress on your security when you expect the people that you're paying to be that security to just do their job, right? But
Well,
whenever it costs you, you got to understand, when it costs you, you think, well, I got to have firearms. Well, I got to have an alarm system. Well, I got to have this. Like, it's costing you thousands of dollars to try to say, okay, I got my own security. But as soon as you use that security, then the security, you see what I mean? The other security, them people, they come along and they're going to persecute you to the end, which means
yeah,
that whenever you say, okay, I want the sheriff inside the parish where I live, I want the sheriff to be able to have a modest income. Okay, the modest income, what's the medium income for a public position as the sheriff? What, 50, $60,000 a year? You see?
yeah. See, the thing is, it's like that's one of the things that I find frustrating is that freedom or the fight for freedom is not very profitable. All right, the
Yeah,
control and subjugation of freedom ends to be very profitable. All right,
yeah, we're
and
paying for it.
so, but that needs to change. I mean, in a way, it would be awesome if it would be really cool if people that were out there trying to find corruption and these crooked fucking, and these traitors to the American people that are in government and actually getting paid fucking well doing it. That would be awesome because there would be a lot of people out there trying to get that, get in on that. But it's just for some reason, good is not very profitable. Evil is, and
and-
I don't know, man.
but
We
that's
got
another problem is, okay, I'm in the boonies. It takes 45 minutes for the sheriff to get here. So if something's going on, and I know it's going to take that sheriff 45 minutes to get here, then I should be allowed to take care of the situation any way I see fit.
Yeah.
Here, buddy, they made it.
They heard you. They heard you. No, I mean, in a way, I kind of see that because I mean, I was kind of joking about. I was joking around when they were talking about all these people that were starting to squat in people's houses and stuff, and my uncle has got a house not that far away that's been empty for a long time. We just every once in a while, my uncle come down and he'll hang out and do stuff over there, but it's most of the time it's empty. And I was like, man, if somebody decided they wanted to like try and squat in there and they wouldn't leave when I told them to leave, that kind of thing. I'm assuming that nobody knows they're there, and nobody will probably know if they're gone. And that's why we have backhoe. Yeah.
No, I just think
There you
that
go.
I think
Wood
that
chipper.
what I'm saying is what people think and what people know is two different things. The fact of the matter is if I go to one of my rental properties, here's what's going to happen. If I catch somebody living inside one of my rental properties that's not even supposed to be there, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in there and I'm going to politely ask them to leave. And then the next thing I'm going to do, when they decide they're going to try to shut the door, I'm going to take my excavator and I'm going to tear the front door off the house, and I'm going to take a baseball bat inside that house. They're going to leave. They're not going to leave unalive, but they're going to leave with their
in
head bruised.
California, in places in California, the cops are on more of the squatter because they're like, I mean, I don't know if they have squatters' rights. I don't know if that is, but even then, it's like I think that only pertains to a piece of property or with a building on it, whatever, that literally is like in limbo and nobody really owns it or anything like that, and you start doing improvements on it after a number of years, then your rights as a squatter kick in. But it's not just like automatic. You can just start and just go into some whatever abandoned or whatever you consider or perceive as abandoned. Some of these things are like they were literally like they weren't timeshare, but they were like literally like second homes of people or something like that. And they were just people just moved in. And
I totally
and
get it.
they were
the cops weren't even able to pull them out. You know what I mean?
because they were able
I
to
got
change the deeds even. And so we have ranches all around us. And that's when I worked at one of them, it was 250 acres. And every day I had to drive the perimeter to make sure that nobody was squatting there. In Texas, if you can find the back corner of a ranch and squat there, there doesn't have to be a structure or anything. You can pitch a tent, whatever makes you happy. And if you are there for 6 months without being detected or seen, then you can claim that portion of the property. And that's wrong.
well, they pretty much eliminated what used to be squatters' rights here in Florida. Um, and like I said, at one time, the way, and I think the stout is in other states, but just to actually gain those rights, you literally have to be there for like years and show that you have made improvements on the property, like fixed up the building and the house that you're living in, maintain the yard and stuff. I mean, just literally, like, you have to show improvements. And it's like 5 years. And and if the owners or whoever, there's a good chance there's some properties out there that the owners are dead and there's no family to it just runs in limbo, or something like, I don't know. I don't know how that would work if you went into a property that has remained vacant for years simply because it's owned by a bank. You know what I mean? I don't know how that would work. I'm in Florida. I'm in the Panhandle, B. Over here about Bay County.
Good night,
But
Ken.
Y'all are having a major drought there right now, aren't you?
we had a couple of days of about an hour or two rain or something like that. I think it's about the same time Watt got some rain. We got some rain. But that's about it. And hell, the ponds that are down here, the 2 ponds that are down here, they're real low. They're not. I mean, I've seen them lower. Because we had a drought. I don't know. It was about a decade ago. Where one of those ponds, you can literally walk across it when it was so dry. But it's not that dry yet. It's not that, not that. I mean, we need some good rain, and I just don't want a hurricane to come this way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what the hurricane season is going to be like this year.
It sounds like it's already kicking up. I saw something about that. Two tropicals. I could be wrong.
That reminds me, Bonnie, did you hear about, what was it, like in the past couple of days, all those fucking earthquakes out toward the Philippines and shit?
Yes.
Dude, it was rocking a lot of places over there, man, on some of those islands over there in the Philippines.
I think Japan just had one too, didn't they?
Yeah.
A pretty good 6 point something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in the past couple of days. I mean, that could be a telltale sign of some other stuff, man. If the poles are actually shifting for real, that could cause a lot of earthquakes, in my opinion.
Well, and that video that I shared that was showing how the iron in the core of the earth, well, it's around the core of the earth, switched direction. And then I've seen solar flares are like a lot more frequent and stronger than they were. So I can see where that would change the energies of the earth in some way. And I don't know, but if it's just me, but the sun seems a lot hotter than it has for quite some time. Have y'all noticed that?
Oh man, that is a good reminder. We are 2 months away from the alleged zero gravity event.
Right?
Hope you're prepared. We are officially 60 days away and counting, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know how far up we may go. We don't know how far we may come down. If you have a parachute, I would highly advise you to wear it that day. I repeat, we are 60 days away from the alleged zero gravity event.
Oh, and it wasn't for minutes. It was actually for 7 seconds. All right. But
All right. It's not that bad. All right. That's confirmed 7 seconds. Can we confirm that?
7 seconds is last. All right. Think about that. And then I have no idea. This is another thing. This is one of the questions I have about it. How fast?
Let's get to it.
Well, how fast are you going to start going up? Is it going to be
what's
like
the velocity? How fast are you
if
traveling during those 7 seconds? So we talking G-force? Are we talking like,
Right.
we going through a school parking lot fast? What are we talking here?
So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is it like flipping off a light switch and the next thing you know, we're just boom, being jet up in the goddamn sky, or are we just gradually floating up like a bubble through fucking water? I mean,
if they know when the 7 seconds is gonna be, strap a belt to something solid, pipe, whatever. If you're outside, if you're in your house, I guess it's gonna be up on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Let me give you this one, and then I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna stay quiet. But in a zero gravity environment, like in an aircraft, I've been there. It means that once the plane starts falling, you feel the sensation of zero gravity. Okay. But it may lift you up out of your seat very gently. But it requires momentum. You understand? Whenever there's no gravity, then it requires momentum, which means that you have to, if you said, okay, this is 7 seconds, now it's beginning, zero gravity. And if you just put your feet down on the ground and pushed yourself up in the air, yes, you're going to probably pretty far up in the air. But if you don't, you're just going to go static.
Guess what?
You know what I mean?
We'll be playing Lenny Kravitz. Whoever sang that song. I wanna get away. I wanna fly away. Yeah.
Yeah, next
So,
thing, yeah, that'd be crazy. You see a fucking car float past you with that on the
yeah,
fucking
dude,
radio.
I'm getting slingshot, and I'm getting slingshot down there in the over Beach Army. You know what I mean? People's getting unconfirmed, confirmed Bigfoot sightings. You know what I mean, dude? Dude, I don't even know.
I
I don't
hope
want
I'm
nothing like that to
stoned
happen,
when
but
it
the
happens.
fact that they even put it out there as a possible theory just shows you how chaotic and interesting this timeline is, you know?
Well, see, the
Whether
thing
these
is,
things
it's like,
don't happen or they don't happen, or heck, eventually they got to run out of end zone. I don't think you got a limitless supply of mulligans on reposting the goalpost. You know what I mean? Eventually run out of dates. The years keep going, you know, but I don't know. It's interesting to talk about.
well, I mean, I know the government
Question
spends,
out, Mandy.
I know the government spends our money on some stupid shit, but they actually had spent on a whole program on this thing called Operation Anchor, or Project Anchor or some shit like that. And so they actually did a whole program on this thing and got all kinds of data and blah blah blah. And so you know,
No
but they
doubt.
do spend some crazy ass shit like spending money on a study of what the effects of lizards when they watch Teletubbies or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think they spent like $500 million on that one. You know, I think the
I mean,
results were still
seriously,
inconclusive,
So I
but I'm
mean,
glad that they were able to spend that much. You know, we
oh
needed to
yeah,
know what was happening to the lizards that were watching the Teletubbies.
I'm telling you. I mean,
I'm glad they
I know
continue
it's
to put our money to good
important
use. You know,
information.
who are we to have a decision
I
about that?
mean, we've got to
What
train
would the
the
world
AI with something, right?
what would the world be without well funded transsexual dancing lessons and condoms?
I mean,
You gotta
seriously.
have it.
I mean, come
Yeah,
on. I mean, what? I
all
mean, it's a
spoken in French.
no-brainer, right? That's a no-brainer, right, Zombie? That's
Yeah,
it. I mean, come on.
it's a good thing. You know, 'cause it's a good thing we have these billion-dollar think tanks. You know, it's a
Oh,
beautiful
fuck
thing.
me. I
Oh,
mean,
speaking of think tanks and beautiful things, I don't really know if, well, I guess, I don't know. I can't really say people aren't talking about it. People are always talking about anything. Heck, look at us. I mean, I think we went through 3 different encyclopedias on topics tonight, which is a beautiful thing. I like it. It's how my little goldfish mind likes to operate sometimes. But what do y'all think of the optics or the UFC fight at the White House this Sunday?
bread and circuses.
Uh,
Hey, be sure to buy one of them $12,000, $4,000 pieces of gold.
No doubt.
distract.
Good
What's
point.
it keeping us distracted from?
You
Well,
know, they
yeah,
did the
that's the thing.
math
It's
on
like,
that.
yeah, you got to figure
They
out
did.
what that other hand is doing. It's over there picking your pocket, but you got to figure out, if you can catch it before it gets to your pocket. You know,
You
what
know
is
that
what is going on in the background?
I watched that. I watched that news briefing and some other people in the Canada world discussion about that, and it's sort of like you got a gold coin that's available for $12,000. Well, actually, it's $11,999 for an ounce gold coin with Mister You Know Who's face embossed on it. But then they read the fine print and said, okay, it's made out of this kind of gold, and that kind of gold usually sells for around $4,000 an ounce on average. So you're getting duped for $8,000 on something that doesn't have any monetary value. You can't spend it. So who makes the profit on that? The Trump family makes the profit on that. So they're saying that should he be able to do that? Should he be able to make $8,000 profit on each coin as the president of the country? Should he be able to do that? And it goes back to what we were talking about your local governments. It means that they're going to overcharge you, and they're going to borrow. They're going to have you co-sign, like we talked about before. They're going to have you co-sign against your will for them to be able to borrow money, for you to be able to pay their money back, which their money to be paid back is never going to be paid back. You see what I mean? It's $1 million debt.
No,
You can't pay a debt with a debt.
it's a never-ending debt. It's
Yeah.
just
That's what it
going to
says
keep.
on there for all debts, private and public.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fiat currency is a debt. You can't pay a debt with
So-
a debt.
Should we expect a billionaire? Should we expect any less of a billionaire to not be in the job of the office in which he represents, but to represent the office with what he represents? Billionaires, profits on gold coins, whatever's going on, profits in the oil markets, everything that goes around the administration. We, the people, are paying for that. Yeah, you may be broke with no money, but you're still paying for that. Why? Because the people that can't afford $4 a gallon for gasoline, just because you say, okay, I got to get up, I go to work, I do this for a living, I'm going to have to pay this price for gas to be able to go to work. What about the people that can't afford it? The minimum wage people, what about them people? It's a fucking ripoff. I don't know how fucking I'm sorry, F word again.
That's why they're trying to push everybody toward electric vehicles and
Viewer
15-minute
discretion
cities.
is advised.
It means that what I'm saying in a short term, hopefully, is whenever you say, okay, I want to go buy a car. Okay, you go buy a vehicle. Okay, you pay for that vehicle. You know what I mean? The fact of the matter is none of my vehicles, I don't do that. I never have done that. I just go out. If I want to buy something, I just buy it. I don't want your financing. I don't want none of that. I'm not going to pay you. I'm not going to pay you to spend my own money, essentially. The fact of the matter is then whenever they say, okay, we're going to buy 2027, it's real, it's coming. That's the next 2027 big news. It's already getting there. We can shut your vehicle off at any minute as we choose. It doesn't matter if it runs on gasoline or if it runs on electricity.
So what do you think about this this recent too? Like in the past year, I guess it's like there's been 17 fucking junkyards fucking catching on fire, and like all those older vehicles are just gone. So the parts.
It's going to be a once in a lifetime show.
And what is it? Napa going out of business or something, or closing up a bunch of shit, something like that, or AutoZone, one of those two.
Georgia, believe it or not, in the state of Georgia, is the biggest producer of vintage Mustang aftermarket bodies and panels inside the United States and the world.
There you go. Well, now the cat's out of the bag. Thank you. I was waiting to release that at a later date, but now they know.
Yeah. And Camaro, the 60s model Camaros, the Impalas, you can pretty much buy any of the old vintage cars and panels, assemble that, and have a car that's equivalent to what you call a vintage car, right down to the nuts and bolts and engine and transmissions. That's not a big concern.
Some people. I don't know why somebody doesn't start their own car manufacturing company that builds like the old style vehicles, like the old trucks and stuff like that. Bare bones, did exactly what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean?
They have them. They have them.
Like, and build them with like modern materials, like, stuff that will last a little longer and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
don't put in the
Wait.
bells and whistles. Just keep it fucking bare
Yeah.
bones. You know what I mean? But they're just
Wayne,
nobody
Yeah,
Wayne
making
that's
got, they
them.
got
one of
those
those.
companies. They already got those companies. I know 4 or
Well, I
5
know
companies.
Toyota. I know Toyota makes some brand new stuff that is like their '89 models, and they're
Yeah.
beautiful, man. But they're just not allowed here in the U.S. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is I know guys, I know a couple of guys, and I'm going to bring up Georgia again. I know some guys up
Probably
around
ain't gonna do
Moultrie,
that too many
Georgia,
more times.
around Moultrie, Georgia down
Stealing
there.
your thunder.
I, I can call those guys up and say, hey, I want a 64 Impala Super Sport, all vintage, 4-speed on the console, 327 small block, 4-barrel engine. I want all this. I want it to look exactly like it did in 1964. And believe it or not, they're going to call me up in a couple of months and say, hey, Zombie, come and get your car. See, that's
For
a myth.
$35,000.
Yeah,
Oh, hold on.
that's a good price
Yeah,
tag.
wait a minute. You can go down to the Chevrolet dealership or the Ford dealership or the Nissan dealership, and you can pay that what $40,000, $45,000 for one of their vehicles, right? At a dealership. Or you can go over here to one of these guys that says, okay, I can build you a 1970 model Ford F-100 pickup truck, and I can do it for $12,000. So
I'd
you
rather
pick your
do that
poison.
personally. Yeah,
You
the
pick your poison.
$12,000. That's much more affordable comparatively. You know what I mean?
And it can be done. It can be done. You see what I mean? That's feasible. If you go out, if I know a guy that says, hey, he gave me a price on something I've got, and I wanted him to do the job and for him to make the money. But he told me $20,000 on a truck that I want to put back together. It's a vintage truck. The fact of the matter is whenever he gets through with it, everything is brand new. The rear assembly, the transmission, the motor, the exhaust, the frame, the body, everything is spotless clean and shiny new paint. It'll have all the rings and bells and whistles of the digital stereo system and all that inside of it. But that's what I'm saying. So you go down to your local pickup truck dealership, you can buy a Ford base model. I looked at one a couple of months ago. F-250 series Ford pickup truck, base model, 4-wheel drive, single cab, crank down windows, all that, rubber floor mat. Oh, it starts at $54,000. You see, $54,000. You see, now you can pick your poison. You can say, okay, I've saved up my money. I'm going to take it down here and I'm going to buy this vintage vehicle from somebody, and it's going to run and drive just like anybody else's vehicle. It's going to be reliable.
Huh.
It's pick your poison. The only reason people want that big 2026 Chevy Silverado 4x4 Duramax and it does nothing but haul around people. It doesn't even do work, and they're paying $100,000 for it. Only because that's the Jones keeping up with the Joneses. It's the blind leading the
Yes.
blind.
And the
That's
Status.
all
comment
it is.
they're fucking giving them exactly what they're fucking wanting.
My
Yeah.
family, I've got family that lives outside of Austin, Texas over there on a ranch. Every other year, they buy 5 brand new Super Duty 4-door cab King Ranch diesel trucks every other year. You see what I mean? And
And I know
people
people
say,
like every
yeah.
2 years.
So, and I know stupid people. Between everybody that lives around there, they spend more than $1 million just on vehicles every other year as private people, not company owners or nothing. So what sense
Can you-
does that make? You know what I mean? And then
Doesn't
nobody
make any
steps up. Nobody steps up and does anything when somebody says, okay, how much does it cost to produce a barrel of oil? hold on a minute. It costs about the same, and it should be a lot cheaper by now to pump a barrel of oil out of the ground. You see what I mean? Efficiency.
Yeah.
You know, we live in a modern, efficient world. We don't have the pumping systems that we had back in the 50s and 60s. We have improvements. So, which one is it? You know what I mean? We got people to say, okay, why is this so expensive? Oh, it's because of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, ask your leader of the country. What did he say? We don't need anything from them. Okay, but obviously somebody needs something, right? Because we're paying absorbent, and I hear this lie. It's a lie. You're a damn liar if you say you can go in a grocery store and things are cheaper. If you think cars are less expensive, houses and real estate, the medium house inside the United States, does anybody know what the price of that house is? $400,000. 400,000. Okay, $400,000 for the same house that could be built with the same materials that could have been 40 years ago. You see, I know what I'm talking about. Why? Because I built these big houses 40 years ago with all the 2x4s and 2x6s and 2x12s and the stair stringers and the electrical and the heating and air and plumbing and sheetrock and the foundation and do a little electrical and bam, you're done. Now, the same damn constructed houses that was being built 40 years ago for $79,000. Now, that same house cost you $600,000-$700,000. You see what I mean? Same material
Yep.
and everything involved here. Nothing changed. That's
Damn, you
called
guys are
greed.
paying. You guys are paying
Cookie
that
cut.
much for
Great.
houses. You guys are paying that
It's
much for
great.
houses in your states, man. That sounds like California prices, dude. That's crazy.
That's the way it's done. When the California people started moving here, I
Yeah.
was okay, before that happened, I was paying the highest rent I paid was $400 a month. Even to have our house built was $85,000. 3-bedroom, 2-bath house.
That's the reason why the
Now,
damn housing market is so crazy here.
now
Here's how.
the
Here's what.
average
Here's
rent
what they
for
do. Yeah.
One at a
anything you
time.
get is $2,000 a month, and to build that house today would cost $300,000 to $400,000 easy. Same house.
My mom and dad. My mom's a teacher. My dad's retired military. In 1985, when my dad retired, he spent his savings and stuff to be able to live in a really, really nice neighborhood. The price for the house that he bought at that time was $780,000. Okay. Now, if you go to the same house on the same street, looks the same. It's been well kept. $2.5 million. Okay, is the value of the house. But the house hasn't never been refinanced under that value, if you understand what I'm saying. There was never any financing on the house at the original price it was paid cash for. So if he goes down there and says, okay, I want to appraise my house for a loan, then they come in there and say, oh, did you know your house appraises at $2.5 million? And a lot of these people out here in the stupid world, they go, oh, wow, wow. And they go borrow this money against their house.
See,
And
let
then,
me tell
oh,
you something.
wow, your property taxes just went up
Mhm.
4 times what you were paying. I'm sorry. You see
Really,
how
your
that works?
your property tax doubles and triples in other states, man. Because that sounds like California again, man. That's crazy
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
They're
down
doing
south,
it in Texas too. They do it
Yeah, they do.
everywhere.
They got
It's
there was like
nationwide.
people. There were some people that were all basically conspiring together to actually raise people's property appraisal just to get more taxes coming in from the property tax. And that was down in South Florida. I mean, that became a story not too long ago, actually. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's like pretty much everywhere. Because I
It
mean,
is
seriously,
everywhere.
yeah, I mean, seriously, property tax is technically, as far as I know, unconstitutional, and they've been getting away with it for a very long time. You know, so I mean, that's something that we've got to. I mean, if we really want to abide by the Constitution, we need to force the government to abide by the fucking supreme law of the land. And
Yeah. And
um,
people don't really understand where you stand in the world, but in 1985 we bought another property. We paid $100,000 for the property in 1985. Now the house no longer exists on that lot. It costs about $50,000 or so to have that house removed. But the house has already been valued by the city of Baton Rouge at $350,000. You see what I mean? Just a lot. So we pay
Yeah.
taxes on a dirt lot with no structure on it. If I put a house on the property, then in the zone, you're talking about, I mean, my neighbor across the street just put in a house that cost about $3.5 million. And people think that's a lot of money. But when you have two college educated people in a certain house and income, you're talking that household could have $250,000 of income annually. You see, that's the value of money. I mean, we've been priced outside of things, which means that we've been priced out, which means that your young generation, they don't stand a chance unless they have a substantial down payment to even get a house financed and mortgaged without paying extreme interest rates. You see,
But that's the
plus
problem. It's not even the young. People, elderly people are getting priced out of their homes because they're on a fixed income. And so it's forcing a lot of people to become homeless. Oh, but wait, let's make homelessness illegal.
right,
And so then what are these people supposed to do?
forced into the system, forced into fucking, like shelters
Exactly.
and some kind of system fucking program. That's what they want to force them into that, or bleed them of fucking time in jail and whatever money they can pay on fines. That's the plan. There's no plan
Or
to
put
fix
them in a
homelessness.
home, or put
There's
them
no
in a
plan to fix.
home or something, and so the state can collect all of their check. They
Yeah,
get
I mean,
$50, whatever they make.
there's literally no real agenda to fix homelessness. It's just to eliminate
No,
its visibility. They don't want people to see it. If they can just get it away from out of people's sight, then it doesn't become we've fixed it because it's not no longer in anybody's sight anymore. You don't see like people setting up camp on the sidewalks and shit like that. If you don't see that anymore, you think you fixed the homeless problem. No, what you've done is you've forced everybody either as a criminal or criminalized them for living out homeless, or you have forced them into the system to where now the system now bleeds more of our labor in the form of taxes to pay for that. And it does that on purpose because it's just that's what the system wants to do is continually grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger. And every time they it's like this, it reminds me of this. It was a meme actually, and it was perfect. It was like cut in half. One side, it was a visualization of socialism. One half is the socialist leaders living in luxury, and the socialist citizens living in fucking shacks. You know what I
well,
mean?
the one I saw was the elites living up there high on the hog food, everything, and the people kind of just in a mud pit with
Right.
the
I mean, it's
rats.
a perfect visualization. I mean, you think about
Yeah.
it. I mean, what drives me nuts? Okay, I flip around on YouTube all the time, all right, and every once in a while I catch these little live streams or these videos of I think it's in India where this guy is just getting like all these dump trucks and dumping dirt and he's bulldozing all this dirt on, but really what he's doing is like this whole area is just nothing but this trash pit, and it's like a landfill almost, but it's like in the neighborhood, and they just put dirt on top of it. You know what I mean? Just to cover it up. And most likely it'll probably be a perfect place to put like office buildings or a high-end fucking luxury home or something, but it's on top of trash.
Speaking of landfill, welcome back, Michael. Welcome to the landfill that is Watts World. Welcome back.
The landfill.
Hi, Michael.
Greetings,
I think
hope
you're still
all's
praying
well.
about it. I don't blame you. I'd pray about it too.
Did y'all
Welcome up.
see that RFK Jr. said that 75% of the Americans that they are having sign up for draft would not be capable of filling that position? 75%.
Yeah, I didn't need
Yeah,
a.
we were
I
talking about
definitely didn't
that.
need RFK. I could just see just from what I can see around me certain things. Not being
Yes,
judgmental or whatever, but I could just, if nothing else, just mentally fit. We think a lot about being physically fit, but just the mental fitness or the physical fitness, whatever it may be. That's just the side effect of just having the on demand and excess of things that we have. When you
yes.
before you leave work and get home, you pass 15 fast food restaurants, 2 dialysis centers, 5 med now clinics, and probably maybe a Starbucks in the mix of the way. No wonder we've in the half of 3/4 of America is halfway in a diabetic sugary coma when everything that's pumped out is synthetic and so far off a natural substance you don't even know what it is you're drinking. You're just drinking a colored flavored drink. You don't even know. Just pumping it out. I just got to keep buying it.
But that's where the problem is going to lie too, because I saw another article, and I have no idea if it's true, that said that Trump was trying to stop retailers from accepting SNAP benefits, the SNAP card, whatever. And so if all of this really goes on, this is where for 6 years we've been talking about building communities, building with people that you can trust, and working together towards the same goal, raising food, raising livestock, whatever it is. I still think that that's the solution to most everything that's going on. And people joining together also combining their their assets, whatever it is that they have, is how people are gonna make it. The
Hey,
ones
dude,
who they
I
can do
agree,
it
Connie.
all alone, I think are gonna have some problems down the line, unless they have family, you know, that's I mean, I had to sell my house because I couldn't afford it anymore. Suddenly, after 7 years, couldn't afford it. A lot of things caused that, but still, but I thank God every day that I had a place to go to, and I know most people don't,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's why
you ought to know something about people. People would really, they should broaden their minds on a few ways of thinking and say, okay, what does it look like in another country? like a place like India or Pakistan or some Middle Eastern place, all of the relatives live in the same apartment. All the
Yes.
relatives have to live in the same houses. They have to
Yes.
sleep inside the same rooms with people. And see, and when it starts gradually, you start seeing it inside this country. And then you try to say, okay, what's going on? How can we solve this? You see, it means that you gotta learn to say no. You gotta say no. You gotta say no. That's all it amounts to. It's like everybody says, okay, we agreed to elect somebody for our presidential leader. Who agreed? Okay, and then you got the ones that say, oh, I always vote. I vote. Okay, what about the people that says, okay, if you say I didn't vote because I didn't agree with either part of it, I didn't pick the lesser evil. I just said I'm gonna stay out of it.
Then you're
Well,
kicked to
what it
the by
means, the majority of the people, in order to win, have to stay uninvolved, to not be subjugated by a two-party government. See,
Yes.
the one that was warned about. That's what it means. You have to
Yep.
say no. Self-inflicted. And the ones
True.
that say, okay, I want to make a stand. Where do I make a stand? How do I make my stand? They never stand. They never stand. All they
Well,
do is sit around and complain. They don't. They never stand up. They think, oh,
I made
I'm going to lose
sure.
my job. Oh, I'm going to lose my car. Oh, I'm going to get behind on my credit card payments. Oh,
All right.
I'm going to miss a meal.
Let's
Oh,
take a
oh,
couple deep breaths here. Let's take a couple deep breaths and
yeah,
take a couple steps back one time. It's,
yeah,
we acknowledge the things, but let's just take a couple deep breaths. We got a lot of different people, a lot of different opinions. We got more people
oh
coming
yeah,
in. I mean, at this point, just talking about the thing, it ain't going to get it done. It's just not going to
yeah,
get it done. Most people, I'm just going to be honest with you. Most people are not going to get it. Most people are not going to get it. They're not going to see it coming until it's too late. That's just the reality of the world that we live in. Most people have just conformed and got too distracted by every other thing that's going around them to what's going on directly impacting their lives, what they can handle, even within their own minds. They can't even figure out what the hell they're going to eat from a dinner out of a fast food bag that's been sitting under a heat lamp for 4 hours. You know what I mean? You really think these people have got together a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan? Nah, shoot, no. They're accepting the big, beautiful plans. They're so
Trust the
far
plan.
gone and
Trust the
so out of
plan.
touch with reality. Now I see that just NPCs is not a thing. It's actually a real thing for some people. It's just like soul snatchers. They just go from body to body, manipulating and conversing and integrating their way in through society. They have no purpose but to
yeah,
offset you and deteriorate you from whatever purpose or plan you had to going on.
yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Well said. Well said.
Evening, Tasha.
Well said.
Welcome in. Welcome from South
evening.
Africa, everybody. The beautiful land that is.
The Rainbow Nation.
Nice. The Rainbow Nation. I don't think we can
That's
say
what I
that here
call us.
anymore. I think South Africa is the only place that you can still say Rainbow Nation. I love it. You say that here, it gets
And you
into
know,
your
the sun is
fisticuffs.
the sun is busy rising, so it's rise and shine for me. But for you guys, the sun is down and the moon is up.
Like it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's about 20 minutes to midnight over here.
Yeah, it's here 6:40 a.m.
It's too early. It's too early.
16 hours, something like that difference or something like that.
It's too much time. How do we
No.
get this far apart and so close at the same time?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
amazing.
and like you said, and it's not the end of the world yet.
It's not the end of the world. We have dawn in South Africa. This is confirmed. No fake news here. Allegedly.
The
You can't
sun
put
will
that out there
rise.
too strong. Can't put that out there too strong, They'll deem you. The deem you on the Teletubby report. That'll be the one thing. We went for 5 hours and they deem you. Well, unfortunately, the Teletubby report is unconfirmed through Buzz News. Like, if you got to call your news buzzworthy, it's not too buzzworthy. You know what I mean? Just tell me the thing. If it rattles my buzzer, then so be it.
Hello, Mary, Freeland. Hello, everybody in the stream. Hello.
All the time zones.
So Tasha, let me ask you, is there anything in recent news that has stuck out to you that you find interesting?
There's okay. First of all, I don't own a TV and I don't watch the news because I don't have a TV. But one thing that's for me that's very interesting is seeing different people like you guys seeing in a different light where I see how I see the world, because how you see things and I see it's very interesting for me. And talking interesting things sometimes with Bonnie and with What Life, it's very interesting for me. I like learning more things about people, people's behavior, people's culture. I like that. So I really enjoy you guys.
Are you
All
an
right.
AI from South Africa?
Say again?
No.
Are you AI from South Africa?
Definitely not. I know my voice on husky is because I got flu or something. I'm not flu, but it's sinuses. It's winter here now, so early in the morning. I just woke up a few minutes ago, so that's why it's husky. I'm definitely not II. Yeah, it's actually dark. If it wasn't dark, I can actually put the camera quickly on and you can see I'm not II. I got curly hair, got brown eyes, and I'm a big fat woman.
We
But
see you.
loves to cook.
We seen you, Tasha. We know you're real. I think zombies just mess with you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for betting
That's
for me.
called pleasant. That's called pleasantly plump.
But the thing is, what's nice about me is now I always laugh. Most of the time I'm happy. Most of the times I'm happy. And if the people don't like me, they must go to the next person that I can like. But I don't force people to love me. So yeah, I used to be attention seeker, but these days I'm just go with the flow, like the river. That's all. And be happy.
No, I hear you. I get that. You know, I was just curious, and because like for instance, if I don't rely on like mainstream news or anything like that to find like my information. If I wanted to find out what was going on in your town, I'd ask you what's going on in your town because you are there. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. I was just curious, like like anything that's like events or anything like that that's going on, issues or whatever in the area or even around your area that is interesting to you. I was just curious. Like, see, I'm curious to find like different perspectives from people that live other places that have grown up in different places that I've never been around. So, we have
Okay,
different
what
perspectives. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, it's not for me interesting that's happening year round. It's we have a we call it a municipality vote end of November, and now here they're busy cleaning. Now everyone knows South Africa got a lot of potholes. I mean, yeah, they're busy fixing the road. They cleaning the gardens. Everything is cleaning up because it's municipality. It's a municipality vote in November, so everything is the ones that always wanted to be fixed now. All the political parties, because we got more than 2 political parties, they want to see who's the best. So now they compare fixing the schools, yards, or they're fixing so it's very interesting for me to see because I know how the town looked like before they start doing this. So yeah, it's very interesting. But where I'm staying, like I said, my town is we had a lot of events going on because we got the university. Okay, in South Africa, not every town have a university, just the main cities. But in my town, there's a university, and now, so there's a lot of sports going. It's a sports school because in my town, you will see also international cricket players come here, and also rugby. So I know you guys don't know rugby, but cricket and rugby, it's sports that's international people, they come and watch. And we also got events here in my town, events where people come and sing, but not, I think only a few, if I'm talking about 2 or 3 people that I know of the 14 years that I'm staying here, that international artists will come and sing. But a lot of local South Africa famous people, they come and sing here as well. So my town is a very interesting town. It's one of, in the olden days, they will say, if I talking about olden days, from 1994 and downwards, from what year you want to think, till 1994, that's what it was Transvaal. It was one of the oldest towns in Transvaal. But in my province now, it's Northwest. So it's the oldest town in Northwest. I mean, for us, the school, my primary school that my daughter attended, the school sitting this year, it's sitting 180 years old. I know for you guys would say, what's that not old? But for South Africa, that's old. So yeah.
So how does the town really make it money? Does it make its money off of like the university and tourists, or how does it make its money?
Okay, it makes its money from the university and the farmers around, and also there's a lot of military bases because we got all the type of corps. I call it a corps. It's you get the infantry guys, you get the artillery guys, you get the special forces guys. A lot of military forces is around here. I mean, for a town this size, it's big because because normally the town where I was born, there was only one military base. And in this town here already got 8.
Wow. So,
but
I mean,
talk.
Well, I was gonna say, because I know there's 2 main military bases around here, and that brings in a lot of money from the base, to the surrounding businesses and stuff like that. Because around here, well, especially down toward the beach, majority of the money, I mean, that comes to this town is from tourism. All right, because of the beach, and so there's a lot of service industry type jobs. And I was just curious how your town was making money, because you were talking about like the like rugby and stuff like that. I mean, that can bring money in from the people coming to see the games, and then all those other things you were talking about. I wasn't sure if that was how your town was making money, is from like servicing those type of things, or was there something else? That's all. I was just curious.
We got also a very famous in South Africa, also a very famous festival that's happening in October. I'm not going to say the name because then everybody knows where I stay. So it's a very famous also art festival. It's an art festival and music festival. It's a very popular thing in it. But we get tourists. But what I think the most attractive thing that brings money in my town, I think it's the university, because we also have we got a university varsity. We call it the Varsity Cup, and it started here in my town. So, and also we got the T20 in South Africa. It started in my town, cricket. So a lot of things like that, but it's difficult to say because it's a small town. For me, it's a small town. It's a small town, but I mustn't say small town. It's a town that's got a lot of different. I mean, people do love sports, they will enjoy it. People that love farming, they will enjoy it. People that love doing business, it's good. If people want to do real estate, it's a good place. And if people want to do like rock climbing, nature things outdoors, there's things outdoors. So there's always something to do over a weekend. I'm looking this weekend, just to give you a good example. There's a lot of, we call it, I don't know what you guys call it, but a lot of the churches doing bazaars. I think you guys call it a carnival or something. I think not carnival. It's
like a festival.
It's a festival. It's for the church people that they're making pancakes and they're making food. Fundraising and things. A fundraiser. That's That's
like bake sales and things like that. Different. Yeah.
Food and all kinds of food.
I like it. I support it.
Tasha, I
Yeah,
think
it's a,
Carnival is Brazil, so they probably it's different than here.
okay. I'm just trying. I don't know. I don't remember. English is my first language, please, guys. Just
Oh, no,
bear
it's
with
cool.
my English.
It's
I
cool.
still don't understand English
It's
yet.
just
No,
I know.
I'm
38 years in and I still ain't figured out English. You know, I don't blame you.
But yes. Oh, you so yeah. Okay. Okay, but like I said, but there's always something to do, something here. We got like every town have movies. Okay, not every town, but we got movies and things. There is things for the young people to do, and there's also things for the adult people to do. But the thing is when people come here and you like me, that's saying for you say, what's there to do? And they say, hey, there's nothing to do. But if you dig deeper and know the town very well, then you see there's always something to do.
Well,
I
see,
mean,
that's the thing.
for
It's like,
tonight,
yeah, I don't rely on like, like I said, on other stuff. I talk to the locals. You know what I mean? If I want to know what's going on in that area, I'll talk to people that live there. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I love that. It's like because I I like the different perspective that I get from people that live in all kinds of different places because I've lived most of my life. I mean, I've lived all over the place, but I've lived most of my life in Florida. So that's all I really know. Other than like a few, when I was younger, I went traveling around. So I mean, I've stayed a lot, I've been to a lot of different places, but you know, other than that, I've never been outside of the states. You know what I'm saying? And so
yeah, yeah.
it's always interesting to find out, you know, how different perspective from different people from different places and stuff. Because what I grew up with is not necessarily what you grew up with. So I mean,
The
uh,
cultures and
yeah,
the way of living. I
Yep.
can
That's what I plan to
understand
do. By episode 500, I'll be streaming live from a different continent. You know,
Yeah.
it's happening. By episode 500, I'll be streaming from a totally different continent.
Do you know where you're going?
No, you come. You're coming to South Africa. That's his first. He's got
Mhm.
place
It's
to stay.
happening.
He knows
It's
he's got a
happening. If
place
you're
for
still
South
here on
Africa to stay.
episode 500, you'll see some things that you never even thought humanly possible. But it will all be legal on
Okay,
YouTube,
please.
hopefully. You know,
I'm gonna tell all my friends to sub to you now. I got 7
there you
accounts.
go.
All 7's coming to you. Then
Hey,
I know. Then let's go to South
I do
Africa.
good to
But
remember
Bonnie
that I got
knows.
one account. You know, I set up a live and be like, dang, okay, yeah, I forgot I set up a live. You know, shout out
But
to
just
those
make sure you.
multi-counters. You know, we used to have one character
What?
here, man. He would come in, and sometimes he was cool, sometimes not so much. But man, this joker probably had about 20, 30 something accounts. You know, he was the back rooms account manager. You know,
No, I'm just joking. I don't have that much accounts. I mean, but I can.
no, it's cool. I don't
But like,
judge on the accounts. I just can't handle it personally myself. You know,
no, I knew. I
I
only
do
got
good to
one, and
handle
that's
7 personalities on panel. You know, and all of
no.
y'all
I
just
know.
integrate with multi accounts. You know, that's too much for me to even fathom. You know, that's too many. It's too many.
Yeah. But okay, listen. I just want to say to everybody, hello, and the world didn't end. So unfortunately, I have to go. Unfortunately, like I said, I have to go because I have to go to work. I have to be at work in 15 minutes, and I'm still laying on bed. I forgot it's Friday. My mind was thinking it's still Thursday because you guys are still on Thursday.
Tell
That's
them you
why I
were on
think.
Watts World and tell them to tune in. If they got any questions, tell them to call in. We may be up for a little bit longer. Tell management to give me a shout. I'll send them the link.
The thing is, what I'm doing, I'm working at the old age home. I'm cleaning old people's nappy. I clean them. I wash
Oh, yeah,
them and things.
definitely tell
So
them to call in for sure. Yeah, spread the word. No doubt.
they're gonna say you have voodoo or something like that. They don't understand
I've had worse, I've had worse. So I like it.
But don't worry, you know me. I'll always support you guys. Bonnie, sorry I haven't sent you any emails. I'm working straightforward. There's a lot of things that I have to talk to you later, but I will try to send it to you over the weekend. I'm just
Okay.
warning you. You're gonna get a very long email from me. Okay.
Awesome.
Love you guys. Love you guys. And if I don't know you, I still love you. Love your neighbor like you love
Cheers.
yourself. But
Stay blessed.
okay, have a wonderful
Have a
time.
good
Okay.
day, huh?
Bye.
God bless you, Tasha. Have a good morning.
Thank you. Bye bye, guys. Nice meeting you all. Bye.
Bye bye.
God bless you, Tasha.
Yeah, I think that's it. It reminds me, like in my latest algorithm update, it said that 13% of my new viewers were for people that just came out of a coma. It didn't tell like the status of or how long, but I thought that was pretty cool. You know what I mean? Dude just woke up. He didn't even know it was a new year. He still thought it was 2024, but you know, he made it here. I appreciate that guy. You know who you are. I won't give out names. I never name drop.
She's so
Welcome.
awesome. No
Oh, yeah.
TV. That's
Well,
the way to be. And when I asked her the same questions, I was like, "So is it really like they say it is over there? Because you know what we hear." And she was like, I don't. She didn't. She didn't really listen to news. She didn't. Whatever she hears is what she hears at work, or just
I like it. She doesn't even seem to know what a TV is. I like it.
Yeah.
What's this mythical object you speak of on television? YouTube.
I haven't had a
I like it.
TV in my house. I ain't had a TV in my house in over 25 years. I refuse to own one.
Well, there's
I haven't really watched TV in probably about 15 years. I've got a TV still sitting here in front of me, and I mean, I can turn it on if I want, but I haven't. You know what I mean? I watch. YouTube has been my television. All right, you know, and I've been on YouTube since what about 2014. So I mean, you know, this. You know, you think about it, it's been about a little over 15 years or something like that. I haven't really watched regular TV.
On
Yeah.
panels, Wingnut, or like just streaming music or watching it? Because I think you've been on longer than that. You probably had an account.
Well, okay, I think I got on YouTube first around 2014. Actually, Anarchy Television, the one my main channel now, I've had since 2016, and I know there's at least one or two previous channels from before that are still floating around YouTube that I don't have access to anymore because I forgot the fucking passcode or whatever. So they're still floating around. I just don't have access to them.
It says I've had a YouTube account since 2017.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Same with me, Wingnut. My old two accounts from 2007 when it first started. I just can't get the password for some reason. It locked me out.
That's pretty
I didn't
damn
know
right.
what-
Shout out to those.
I see. I'm so analog. I've been talking on a CB radio since I was 14 years old, and I mean, I've been off the air for about a year or two, but I mean, I've been talking on that, you know, all my life. You know, I'm still that. I've done most of my communication with people worldwide through that, and then I didn't really get into the electronic part until late. You know what I mean? In my opinion, you know, because you know, I was on Facebook for just a little while back when Clinton was president, and I used to hook up with a lot of people I knew on the CB. That, you know, it's like it became convenient because, like, you know, when the conditions aren't right for us to talk to each other through the radio, we can talk to each other through Facebook. And I did that for a couple of years or something like that, and then I got so pissed off because I kept on getting put in Facebook jail for something I posted or whatever, and I was just like, fuck it, you know what I mean? And then I got off of that. Well, actually, Facebook, I don't really even think it gives you an option to actually delete your whole account and everything. You know, you can
Yes,
you can never delete it. You know what I mean?
You may delete it for your viewing purposes, but once there's anything on that's created, it's there. It's stuck in the web.
Yeah, it's stuck. It stays.
It's stuck
But,
out there for somebody's viewing pleasure. May not be
Yeah.
for ours anymore, but yeah.
Well, and then I got onto YouTube and stuff like that, and then you know, it's like, but you know, at the beginning, you know, YouTube, you used to be able to live stream using YouTube, just like, you know, regular, and then they put all these new things on later on, where you had to have like 1,000 subscribers, you know, to live stream or something like that, and then also you had to you can only do that only on a laptop or whatever, and then that's when StreamYard started getting into play, and I thought it started doing much more streaming once that, because I used to do it back then, and then I would do everything on a cell phone. So I don't have a computer, and so
Interesting.
you know,
I didn't know what YouTube was until Hawk said, "I'm going to YouTube," and I was like,
you know,
Might give
and that's the
YouTube a
thing too.
try. I'm thinking about going to YouTube myself. How is it?
You know, I mean, it was like, well, I mean, you know, like me and you, Bonnie, for instance, you know, for some reason we were attracted to Ron back when he was alive, and a lot of us back then all kind of, you know, met at Cheers. Basically, it was like Cheers. You know what I mean? It was like a little place to go, and so I mean,
Yeah.
and that was nice because um you know, at that time, even then, you know, this is before the pandemic and all that stuff happened, and you know, it seemed like there was a lot of people on YouTube, but it was like a lot of people were searching for a tribe, and a lot of people gravitated towards each other, and organically, and that was the cool part about it. You know,
yes, that's
there was no there was no like what do you call it, the AI pushing us anywhere
right.
at that time anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
before AI, there was CGI or CI. I forgot exactly what it's called. It was not as advanced as AI, but there's always been a form of AI. You'd have to go back
Oh
to
yeah, like subliminal messaging type of thing.
yeah. I mean, even back then, you were talking about Facebook and Clinton. I don't think Facebook existed under Clinton. MySpace, I think, was borderline Clinton, like '99. I don't think even existed. I think you mean AOL chat. Wingnut AOL chat was Clinton, and also Craigslist
Oh, it
and
might have been when
Backpage.
Obama was. It might have been when Obama was president. Now I think about it, if I'm
Yeah.
uh,
MySpace. You remember MySpace?
yeah, but I didn't mess with it. See, I'm analog. I'm so old school when it comes down to a lot of stuff, man. I didn't really get into it back when that was a thing.
Yeah.
You know,
There was a lot of people on AOL chat too back in '99. The world was supposed to end in '99. Y2K, AOL chat, Craigslist, Backpage. Backpage is dead. It was, to be honest, it was kind of like Epstein style of people on there. I mean, should have been closed down.
back then, man, I was hanging out in fucking national forest during gatherings and shit, and dropping acid and stuff. I didn't give a shit about all that fucking Y2K. You know, fuck all that.
I was
Uh,
working my butt off raising 6 kids. It was, and
Well,
I didn't know about all the everything going on because I didn't watch TV. I've never really been a TV watcher. If there's a good movie that I want to see, then I'll sit there with the girls and watch the movie. But otherwise, it was I just that's why I haven't seen so many of the movies that are mentioned in the
your timing
TV
is off.
show. But
Mm.
it's definitely been a journey, and I still, because it wasn't AI or anything like that. I just it's the way that the people have gravitated together, and you get to know these people. I mean, just even watching them in chat, it's you I don't know how to explain it. You can feel their heart. Does that make sense?
My,
Yeah.
people come and go so quickly here.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say something? What are you trying to say?
Technically, if you really look into it, the first actual AI prototype was in the 70s. It was at MIU or MTI. I can't remember what it was. One of the two. I think it was the one that Donald Trump's uncle was the was the person that was over it. If I'm not mistaken, it was I think it was MIT. I can't remember, but what they did is they grafted brain cells to motherboards, computer components, and they found that computer components and motherboards go very well together. And that's also how they're able to do these brain transplant things that they're doing now, because the human brain works a lot like a processor, because that's what you do. You constantly process information. But really, if there was some kind of elite ruling class that was the ones that were actually shot callers and put value on everything in the world and steered the direction of the way that people would go and stuff, then the plans that they would draw out would be long generational plans. It wouldn't be because exactly. Yeah. I don't know if anybody here has ever heard of Albert Pike. But if you haven't, look into him and some of the things he was saying.
Yeah, he's an interesting character.
Well, there's a reason that they name all the NASA missions what they name them: Apollo and Gemini, and all these other names that they give all these.
Artemis.
Artemis.
Palantir.
Huh?
I said Palantir, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I wish that we could all come together. I do. As a society, if we could just put down all the BS and we could just cut to the chase and get along with each other and live peaceably together, that would be great. But unfortunately, I don't like I've said before, I believe in Jesus Christ and I believe in the Bible. So the Bible paints a very different picture. And it says basically one of the times that humanity is going to unite together is going to be under the beast system. You see, a lot of people think that the mark of the beast is going to be something that people's going to reject and are not going to want, and it's going to be such a bad time for them. But it's the exact opposite. It's like a utopia, It's. I know it sounds bad when people read it, but when you're really reading it, it's the exact answers that people's been looking for however long, to be able to unite together and to everybody have a good life, because at that point you're talking universal basic income, obviously.
Yep.
So with automation at the way it's going, we're losing like 1 million jobs a year or better, probably better. So the thing is that you look at the moral decay and depravity of society. Like, for instance, case in point, there was a Texas councilman member. I can't remember the fella's name, but he tweeted or posted, and he said to dig up Austin Metcalf and stab him again. Now, feel how you feel about that or whatever. You shouldn't want to dig somebody up to re-stab them. No matter, well, it is ridiculous. And you see the hatred that people spew.
Yes.
And you see how the other countries right now, Ireland is burning down. France has been pretty much destroyed. Just every country's having some kind of inner turmoil where the people are struggling or fighting with their governments. And there's no coincidence that that's happening globally at the same time. There's just no coincidence behind that.
Well, but
nothing
the
else,
Middle
that
East,
should be a sign. If the world seems to be on fire and the world seems to be in chaos, you better find your inner peace. You better find some form of peace, some form of happiness. If you believe in a creator or a God, whatever it is, you better get right with them. Get right with yourself. Get right with those around you that you can directly affect. If nothing else, push comes to shove and we're still here after the next apocalypse, so be it. We'll be stronger, better off because of it.
Absolutely.
true.
And I think reflection is a good thing because a lot of people get mad at people for not accepting accountability for stuff. But at the same time, hardly anybody accepts accountability for anything. That's why everybody lies. Because if you lie, you would rather lie than accept accountability. And it's a hard thing to do, to be able to be like, oh, you know what, I was totally ignorant, or I was foolish, or whatever it was, but we got to find a way to accept the accountability for the bad things that we ourselves do instead of pointing at everybody else saying what they're doing.
Oh, no doubt.
Quit blaming others for
I
the
seen
way
something
your
the other
life.
day. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I mean,
When do you get to that age when you don't lie? I watched some short thing about the other day that popped up, and this guy was talking about when you get to the age where you no longer lie to yourself. And ultimately, if you're no longer lying to yourself, then you're no longer lying to anybody else. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, we have nobody else to impress. We do things that light fire and inspire other people, hopefully. But, hopefully it comes from within ourselves, but being able to figure that out,
Yeah.
each person figure it out individually. Your light shining bright there, my light shining bright there, but there's a lot of bright lights that could be shining bright in the midst where you shine the light so bright it ain't got no choice but to be recognized and confirmed. I don't know. Maybe that may be too radical. Maybe that too may be too. I don't know. We might have reached the
No.
DEFCON level with that one. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Damn.
no, I was imagining like a knight with a sword sticking up, like kind of like He-Man. I have the power.
I know it. We kind of went He-Man there for a moment.
I'm
Yeah, I
telling you,
felt
at the
something. I
second
didn't
there,
know
I
if it was
thought
good or bad.
that's
I
what
was
was
just letting it fill
floating
out.
around in my mind. I'm gonna tell
You
you.
know, yeah, whatever that is. Be a living man. You ain't got to be a cartoon character. You ain't got to be a He-Man. You ain't got to be a whatever the woman version of the He-Man is. I don't know.
It's a
A
She-Ra.
he-woman, a she-woman,
She-Ra.
a She-Ra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonder
I don't
Woman.
know. I don't know. I know there's always there's always something, but yeah, the thing.
You know the thing. You know the
Felt like
thing.
I felt like I had the power for a minute. I think I lost it though.
Castle Grayskull.
There you
Yep.
go. Get you some gray skull in your life. Got enough
Man,
empty skulls. You might as well add to the skull collection.
Man, they're
Yeah.
making they're like a remake, like regular, people type version of the He-Man cartoon and shit. I'm like, dude, these guys, they just don't ever think of anything original. They just want to redo the same
It's
shit over and over and over
and
again.
it's a money. It's always been a money thing, but now I don't know when it started becoming a thing. Well, not really. I guess we're already in it, but anyway, like you go to the movies now, and whatever the movie is, they got like a limited edition popcorn bucket or something that you can get. Like one of my buddies, he just recently went and saw the Mortal Kombat, the new one when it came out in theaters, and they had the what was the character's name in it? Uh, I don't know the main one of the main characters that wears like the mask, the real big guy. But yeah, they had like a popcorn bucket in the shape of his like helmet, that you can get for like I don't know, whatever it was, $50, $100 or something. Yeah, each one of these little
Goodness.
movies they got all these little accessories they sell with it now.
End up
Well,
being
and
like
that's-
collector's items.
Well, and that's the sad part. I was listening earlier, and you was talking about people here can't even decide what fast food they're going to eat and stuff. Well, meanwhile, half of the freaking world is starving to death.
Yeah, no doubt. We're arguing about Arby's or Taco Bell. Meanwhile, these people's going through a living hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, a living hell is
We are
underestimated.
ourselves, not discredit what's going on here in America. God bless America to 250, but shoot, it's a global effort ultimately,
I
Oh,
think we
if
deserve
we
it.
weren't starving and struggling, man, we actually have enough strength and intelligence to fight the fucking people that are trying to rule over us.
Well, I
We don't
think
have
we
to worry
deserve
about
it.
everything else. Yeah, making all this fiat, giving all our time, energy, effort, and resources into things that aren't even real.
Well, I think
Yeah.
we deserve it. You think about the pride and arrogance, self entitlement, the complainers, all this stuff that's in this nation, right? Collectively, all right? You
Yeah.
tell me one good thing the United States exports to the rest of the world besides entertainment.
Democracy.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really work out too well in the rest of the world.
They were
I'm
trending in
just
South Africa. Huh?
Almonds, and olive oil too, Michael.
All right,
Right,
yeah, we
but
found something.
there's
We found
nothing
something.
constructive though. There's nothing really. I mean, it used to be education and all this stuff, but as you've seen, we've fallen behind the bar on education. You know, they
oh, yeah.
passed that No Child Left Behind thing, and now people that are graduating don't even know what year the Revolutionary War was.
That's why I said earlier. Anytime nowadays, it seems like, this is just my opinion, but when they title these things, it's usually when it pans out and you start seeing the results, it's always the opposite. No Child Left Behind. All types of children's getting left behind. What was it? The Patriot Act. Not so much very patriotic. You know, it always tends to have the reverse meaning. You know,
And the
smoke and
reverse
mirrors. You
of
got to
that.
put your mirror in front of it to see the reverse effect of everything.
Yes.
So wildlife. We should call it the non-patriotic, or a reverse name to have a
It
competition.
would be like the I don't know. It'd be
That'd
like
be like
celebrating
calling
Fourth
it
of
what it
July at a
is.
Taco Bell drive-through.
All right, yeah, that'd be like calling it what it is. Technically, if you did that,
You know,
and it's
whatever the thing may be, different acts, different whatever it may be. You know, in the play of life, there's many different acts. You know, there's many different sets. You know,
And that
yeah,
ought to
dude.
say
Oh, man.
exactly what it is. A show. It's all for show.
Well, then,
It's
what
all
hell
hey,
of a
man, we
show!
got.
We're talking
Why
about it.
don't?
We can't stop talking about it. You know,
Well, the
to
thing is, it's like,
control.
why don't we write the script instead of them fucking writing the
they
script?
don't even
You know
have
what I mean? If
season
it's
finales. They should at least give us like a good season finale. Just don't talk about it for like 2 months and then pick back up. You know, like a summer break. They just, you know.
Right.
I mean, we can
Hey,
we can
wildlife,
go.
Sorry, go ahead.
can I get a sound check on that microphone?
Oh, it's subpar at best, bro. You just have to pick up if you can get it. Everything's happening and nothing's happening.
The reason
I can hear you, zombie.
that
Yeah, I was
the
gonna
re-
say I was gonna tell wildlife, and and I heard Wingnut say this. We are writing the script. See, that's what we're doing right now. We're writing the script on all this.
Mm-hmm.
but nothing will change unless people make that change. But when you look at governmental structure and society at large, the way society always pans out is that the governing body always has the people to reinforce or implement whatever it is that they want. You think about North Korea, how they have the citizens telling each other. That's what they
Yeah.
want in that. All right, here in America, they want us to talk about pretzels and football and, this actor, that actor, whatever. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's what it is. So no matter where you go in the world, there's
Well, the thing is,
always. Go ahead.
well, I was going to add on to that. I didn't want to interrupt, but I was going to add on to that is, but the thing is if there's no one to comply and no one to enforce their will, these politicians or whatever you want to, the ruling class, they cannot do anything about it, you know. And that's where it
They
comes down
can.
to. It's like, even though those ones that are willing to call the cops on you because you're not wearing a mask back a couple of years ago, those are the minds that we've got to awaken and and get to, basically singing the same song of freedom what this nation is supposed to be about. You know what I mean? Supposed to be.
No,
If
those
you
are
want
the
to
ones.
believe the bill of goods that we've been sold all our lives. Yeah.
Sorry. It all starts with at home.
Absolutely.
To make the change, it begins in the home and then spreads to your community where you live. It's all about getting to know people, treating people the way you want to be treated,
Dude,
teaching the people around you, especially the youth, all the stuff and the truth, not what the schools push.
well, dude, You got these college kids that don't even know what a freaking woman is. They can't even define what a woman is. And these are fucking the voters.
Well, and that degree most times won't even get you the position that you think you're going to get. So, I think that college is kind of a racket.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Well, it's not just a racket; it's also an indoctrination program. All right.
Yes.
So the more somebody is scientific, right? The more somebody's scientific, the less your imagination is, because science puts limits on stuff. The more scientific you get, the more you start saying, "Oh, that's not possible. This ain't possible. That's not possible. This don't exist.
Right.
That's not real." Right.
Right.
Okay, but when you live by the Spirit, and this is just my opinion because I believe in Jesus, but when you live by the Spirit, you know that all things are possible through God. So, with that being said, rationality or logical mind, something that logically makes sense, is within a little box that you're comfortable with. All right. Anything outside of that box is irrational or illogical, and people dismiss it. But you're at a time right now where people need to be more spiritual and less carnal.
Well, I
But at
kind of
the same
agree in
time,
some ways. You know,
when you
I'm not a Christian, all right, and I've said this before, but the thing is, I'll go on that same level because it's almost like on a spiritual type of level. It's just like I know there is such thing as like a quantum level in a sense, and you get multiple verses, multiple versions of of us, you know, and that's an infinite number. So I mean, you know, there's no limitation to it because it's infinite, infinite possibilities, and we're just living in one of them. You know what I mean? But go ahead.
Is that like string theory?
Yeah, it's in strength. Yeah, it's quantum theory. Yeah, quantum mechanics
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, with the recent discoveries and advancements in quantum computing, uh, things are probably going to get very interesting. You know, me personally, I think that gasoline will be phased out. It's going to be obsolete, I think. Now, this is just my opinion, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But right now, I think gasoline's going to be phased out because, in my opinion, you better believe that AI somewhere has figured out an alternative, for lack of better terms, energy source.
And what would that be, Michael?
Well, it would be antimatter. It would be bio batteries with cells where the cells would be the charge by reproducing. All these various things. Okay, so you look at what's happening now with all the oil. Okay, and it's no coincidence that right now oil is being jammed up globally. Meanwhile, AI is skyrocketing through the roof in advancement. And I just don't think that's any kind of coincidence. I really don't. And I
We've
don't
been
think
fighting over
that.
oil for a long time, man. You think about it, all the way back to World War One, as far as I know. Fucking oil was
Sure,
involved
yes.
there.
Yes,
Go ahead.
but not like this is going to pan out. Because meanwhile, the United States government keeps saying, "Oh, Iran's finished. They don't have nothing. This and that, this and that." But they're still hitting targets. They're still
Yeah, their
seizing.
2 week curve is a long curve, you know.
Yeah.
Well, they're still
Nothing's ever
shooting
temporary
Yeah.
with
down.
government. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they're
Go ahead.
still shooting down military hardware, our military hardware, and they're still seizing
I heard,
certain technologies.
I heard today that they hit their water reservoir. I can't say for sure, but for some reason, CNN headline popped up on my phone and
I mean, it
had
wouldn't
a
be, I guess,
picture.
it's bad, but like out of the norm, you know, like in military or just war tactics, you know, you would try to go after something like that. Not saying it's right or just or whatever may be happening, but you know, like we're dealing with
Right.
here, you know, you take out the water, the food, and you limit what the toxins in the air, you know, shoot. People's already down
Yes.
to 50% subdued and they don't even know it. You know, they're running on a half a tank and it's already synthetic, you know. Not everybody, but you know.
Well, and
Takes
when it
know,
time,
comes
they
to
energy, and effort to come up with these type of things, or even just basically just even do this.
well, and
the
when it
human
comes to
beings.
war, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the human beings, believe it or not, they will survive. It's like everybody says, oh, what if they blow up all the desalination plants in Middle Eastern states? I'm like, okay, keep believing that. Then I'm going to send you a link to a channel where you can watch where they have these people out there in the middle of the desert, and what they're doing, digging fresh water wells because they got plenty of water under the ground. They have water wells. They have for thousands of years. You know, it's what
Majority of
people
the
want to
world's
believe.
fresh water is underground.
You know,
Well,
it's all
I
in what
you know,
people.
you can use an old technology, what we call dowsing rods or witching sticks and stuff. Like used to take like a couple of wooden branches or whatever, and you can find water while walking around, and when they crossed each other and stuff. You ever use that? Have you ever done that? It
It
really works.
works.
It does work.
Yes,
It does work. It really does.
it's a Y-shaped tree branch, and we've done that here.
I've used a couple of pieces of wire and bent them like 90 degrees and just held like one end like in my hand and let them swing freely and
Welding rods.
yeah, well,
Welding rods. Bring that.
yeah. I think the more common name is dowsing. Because how I first found out about
Yeah.
it is I knew somebody that dug wells for a living, and that's how he would search for a spot to fucking dig the well. And I sat there and watched him, and I mean, I've worked with a number of people, and I've done it myself, and I've worked with a number of people, and that's how they would find like water pipes and stuff like that. I mean, and it's usually dead on the money. It's just so interesting on how that energy that you're getting from the flow of the water, or even the water being there underground, where it'll affect those. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty wild. It's all
It's interesting.
we're all connected to the planet itself. You know what I mean? We're all connected.
Down in my
Exactly.
territory, in Louisiana, we're far enough away from the salt water that you can drill a hole within 50 miles anywhere down in a dry ground. You can drill a hole in the ground and you're going to hit water. We just put a 550 foot deep well with a 6-inch line in it down here this last fall of the year. We put that in. We've got 2 water wells on the property, and 90%. You gotta understand the reservoirs, the lakes and reservoirs. They were only built for certain industry, power production, and agriculture. You have to understand that. It means that 90% of all the water that's in Lake Mead and Lake Powell is for agriculture. 90% of the water, fresh water flowing into the Los Angeles region, Southern California, is for agriculture.
To
That's
LA.
the truth.
Nah, not to LA.
90%.
We got
90%
Vegas.
of the water just for human consumption is 10%. 10% of the water that's being used is for human consumption. The rest of it's for agriculture and industry.
Yeah, here in California, man, we're just cutting back basically because the water tax is too expensive to irrigate. Like in Fresno, where I was originally from, Fresno Bakersfield, the 559 area code. Yeah, that's probably the driest with the most agriculture. Costs like $400, $410 an acre to irrigate 1 acre of any crop you want. So I mean,
and the valley out there is sinking so many inches per year because the water table's being drained out.
You have to drill 400 feet to hit. Well, sorry, not 400. 400's farther south. 300 feet to hit a drop of water. 300 to 400 feet. It probably is 400
Yeah.
because it's been a while. I haven't been down there since 2012. I'm up in Sacramento now. But yeah, it's probably 400 feet now. So to hit one drop of water, plus they're going to put meters on your wells in that area of California. So yeah, I don't know if you guys got meters on your wells yet, because they're going to be doing the 200 gallon a minute limit on the hills of California that are on fire, the mountains and the hills, to where it's going to be 200 gallons a minute well, and then 6-inch casing on that well. You can't go bigger than 6-inch casing, and you can't pump more than 200 gallons a minute if you live in the fire hills or the wildfire areas in California.
See,
What's
that's
that
what-
area?
what I-
that's another- Go ahead.
What is that area of California to where the ground's actually sinking down because the water's being removed out from under it and it's not going to come back up?
There's a few of them. Arbuckle, Los Banos, Bakersfield's the old oil wells. They're still great. It's where the 99 meets the 5, Bakersfield, California, Kern County. Lancaster, they do lots of windmills because it's got wind. They got oil wells in Rio Vista. There's some on the Highway 12. That's where they're going to make the big AI center. But they haven't done that yet because we've blocked them from doing it. It's the Silicon Valley, San Jose. That's probably the richest area of California. It's not Hollywood. San Jose is the richest, Santa Clara County. That is the Silicon Valley. That's the richest area of California, in my opinion. You got Napa too, but the AI center, the biggest one in California, is supposed to be Highway 12, in between Benicia and Rio Vista. It's where the oil wells are at. But Gavin Newsom here is shutting down the Benicia one, the oil refinery, and also the one in LA. That's why our gas prices are higher because of that. Their oil refineries are shut down. But hopefully we get somebody that opens up the oil refinery so our gas comes down in California. But we're still going to have taxes. It went down a little bit. It's $5.65 a gallon in Sacramento. So $5.65 is pretty good, actually. Now, I'm not going to say boo because, I mean, there's parts of Europe that are like $7.50 a gallon because it's like $1.80, $1.90 a liter. That comes out to be about $7.50 a gallon. And in Sierra Leone, I don't know if you heard of Sierra Leone gas. That's $12 a gallon. So that's expensive.
So why do y'all think South Texas is drying up? Because we just had another lake go completely dry. The Rio Grande, Corpus Christi, the Nueces River, and the lakes. And we just had, what's the lake? Lake Mathis dried up. And I grew up fishing in that lake. So where's the water going?
Did you like my opinion on it?
Down to the ocean.
Well,
Damn
and I'm wondering if Elon's little thing down there at the tip is what's sucking up all the water down there.
I mean, have you seen that map of all the different companies that are building data centers and looked around your area? Which ones are actually like? Is it Meta? Is it Elon? Is it Have you seen? Have you
Well,
looked at that?
I know Elon, his first data centers in Texas are about an hour and a half from where I live. But our rivers are fine. All this rain we've been having, we're doing okay. And Pat Evans has said North Texas is doing fine. The lakes, the rivers, everything. Travis Lake, right outside of Austin, they keep a close eye on it because it supplies so many people. And so I'm always hearing the levels of it. But South Texas is where, I mean, the Rio Grande River, y'all, that's like huge.
Isn't that by Laredo, Texas?
It goes all the way up. It goes all the way up the border to at El Paso, isn't it? It goes all the way up. I think it goes up into Colorado.
No
goes
problemo.
over into goes into Santa Rosa, New Mexico, all the way
New
to the
Mexico.
Gulf Coast of Texas.
Good old
Um,
East New Mexico. Santa Rosa. There's a Santa Rosa, California, but yeah, Santa Rosa, New Mexico. Yeah, forgot about that. Cool place, man. Right there at the Four Corners area.
if you want to be technical, when you look into it, lakes and all this stuff and water disappearing has been going on for probably since 2020, around 2020. My personal opinion on it, and again, I'm not an expert, I might be wrong, so take it with a grain of salt. But my opinion on it is that something very, very destructive is happening in space. And our magnetosphere is being severely affected, and our pole is shifting, and we have a double wobble.
50 more days.
Well,
Hey, Bonnie,
the thing
Double.
is
Bonnie,
that.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Bonnie, did you get my memo from the president? I sent it to you via
No.
email. You know,
I might have.
you know
Do I need to
about
look at it?
More days until the gravity disappears.
the solar
Well,
flare effects and stuff. The sun.
yeah, that's it. The solar activity, because the solar radiation is the aurora borealis and the australis, the southern lights. Okay, so the solar radiation hits our ionosphere, hits the magnetic sphere, and it gets cycled into the poles at the south and the north, and it filters in through the earth, and it affects magma levels underground. So that's why whenever there's severe solar activity, you have earthquakes and volcanoes, all that stuff happening. Now, our activity is off the charts. Okay.
Let's go back to the electrician on this and see if we can get this on the table.
Well,
So
I think.
what happens if you take a positive flow of electricity and a negative flow and run it through put an iron in the middle of it? It causes an induction motor effect, right? So whenever you look at it, and me and my mom, she did a project with NOAA down here on the coast of Louisiana, and I kind of read into it. Whenever you have an impulse of more electrons and stuff being produced by the sun, then it affects the North Pole and the South Pole polarity of planet Earth, thus has an iron core. And kind of understand it, you go back and you watch the movie Core. Remember that movie Core, where the iron core of the Earth stopped spinning and shit started happening? Well,
That's what I was talking.
whenever
It's
Well, wait a
in the
minute.
big world,
Let me ask a question. Let me just ask one question. That iron core, is that like, like a solid ball that's like not hot, not really hot, or is
no,
it
it's
like
what
a
happened?
magma, or
it's
like
like
you
a
put
molten iron
Okay, well, I'm just going to throw this little fact
flow.
on there. When iron gets to that temperature, it is no longer magnetic.
Well, it's
what I'm
got
saying,
nickel. Sorry, go ahead.
what I'm trying to say is if you take any mass, dirt, rock, stone, iron, whatever, and you put it in a press and you start squeezing pressure on it, on it, it's going to heat up. Okay. But the outer crust of planet Earth, see, that's going to be outside. It's going to be more like the windings on a magnetic motor. If you understand, that's going to, and in a static the stator motion of it, the static zone,
Well,
which
that's
is
the crust, is the stator.
the stator. Okay. The iron core of that will spin under certain pressure with positive negative flow coming across the North Pole and the South Pole of the planets, which some people speculate that flow could go opposite. One could be negative and positive all of a sudden. If it happened, if the poles flip, it's going to cause 1,000 miles per hour. You have to understand that. Waves that's 1,000 feet tall. It's going to destroy everything on the surface of planet Earth. You're not going to survive it. It's an end humanity movement. The only thing that's going to survive will be certain creatures in the ocean. You know.
But zombie, that's only near the ocean, man. That's the coastline. Because if you're inland, you don't have to worry about that. How would it reach you? If you're in Texas, like in the Dallas area or Amarillo or the Midwest in Kansas, how would it touch you? The thousands of waves?
No, it wouldn't. But also, you got to take it to the fact of centrifugal force. Okay. So if the pole is flipped and the current is flipped and the ball starts spinning a different direction, the Earth will suddenly go from spinning one way to a completely opposite direction. So then you have crustal displacement. So imagine, sorry, let me finish now.
Go ahead,
okay.
Go ahead.
So imagine a thin layer of cheese on top of a pizza, and the sauce and everything underneath is real hot. Now, whenever you disrupt that cheese in any way, what normally happens, it just slides right off of the rest of the pizza. That's the same principle, because we wouldn't really be able to tell it, but we would basically be stopped and jerked the other direction real quick, which means that you wouldn't just have tsunamis and all this stuff. You would have actual wind, atmospheric disruption. So you would have a quick jolt of centrifugal force, like inertia. You know, an object tends to stay in motion. An object in rest and stay in rest. You know, the ground rests, the whole earth spins, but when it's flipped around and all of a sudden the earth stops spinning and goes the other direction, the ground is going to move. That's what the Bible says. It says every mountain is going to be knocked down, every island is going to move out of its place, all these different things.
I mean,
maybe that's whenever we lose our gravity for 7 seconds.
For that 7,
When
so
it-
that flip, the transition right between the two. Yeah.
Well, if you look into the scientists that disappeared, one of the scientists, a woman, she actually was working on anti-gravity technology, because what they found out is that if you have particles going the speed of light or close enough to it, and you shoot in ionic particles, that it causes a gravitational ripple, basically. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna learn so much coming up, because for one, they're gonna have to deploy new types of weapons in the Middle East or wherever. They're just gonna have to, because Iran is not some backwoods, underdeveloped. You know, it's not what people think it is. So they're going to have to deploy new weapons and all this other stuff. And when they do deploy new stuff, they'll have to explain it. People will get mad because of the advancements that they're going to find out we have and the way we're living. And it's just going to be a crazy mess, I think. I think that's what this whole disclosure stuff is about. Because you got to remember,
it's definitely going to be a crazy mess. You know, it's definitely things to think about, things to talk about. But unfortunately, all good crazy messes must come to an end. You know, unfortunately, you got to have an end point at some point, and it's a nice broadcast. Fortunately, unfortunately, we've reached that point. You know, to talking of the cheese sliding off the crust, it just did something to me. I don't know, good or bad. We'll see. See what happens in the backstage.
That was good,
any
Michael.
kind of thoughts, comments, concerns?
well, I hope that
well,
y'all try to stay safe.
I knew that was coming up, because I mean the fucking music was like, it was kind of like the Oscars, you know, when they wanted to get the people off stage, they started playing the music. Yeah.
Some people see the signs, you know. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't. There's signs everywhere. A sign, you know. You can't go out of the you can't go out to the mailbox without seeing a sign. You know, slow down. No, you got 50 signs before you can even acknowledge what the heck you're even trying to accomplish. But you know,
It's
maybe
like they're out
somebody
here
got a
just
sign
we gotta
tonight.
start
You know,
flickering the lights. Got to start flickering the lights. It's like let everybody know. It's like, okay, man, last call, last
yep.
call.
Last
Never mind. All
call.
right, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Type of
Yeah,
shit.
you definitely ain't got to go home. You can stay here up to the end, you know, but whenever that may be. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here in the now. For whatever your purpose, whatever your insanity level is, to put up with me and the beautiful thoughts and people that come through. I appreciate it. If you tune in later, you was just later. Maybe you're just, you know, you didn't get the notification. Love you still the same. Make sure you tune in sometime. It's never a set time. It's just whatever time. But other than that, I think we out of here, y'all.
Yep. Stay hydrated. Stay blended.
Oh yeah, stay hydrated, definitely. While you wait, hydrate. You got a lot of weight and you got a lot of time on your hands. You was here for 4.5 hours with me. Hopefully you're hydrated in the mix of it.
Are you ready for a war?
I
All right,
have
I'll see
reached
y'all
the
later. God willing,
catatonic.
I'll be back.
I've reached the catatonic stage of entertainment.